In 10 minutes time now at the top of the hour, we see the release of the US ISM manufacturing PM.
Is it working?
53 on the prior 52 spot 7 with a range of 54 to 51 spot 8. The prices paid components forecast 85 from the prior 84 spot 6. Employment forecast 48 spot 4 on the prior 46 spot 4, and new orders forecast 54 spot 8.
Check 1 2.
We also get the US construction spending month over month as well. This data is for April though, forecast 0.3% from the prior 0.6.
I don't know if that's working or not.
It's a stock market show.
So I'm just having a little bit of some Monday technical difficulties here. It looks like it's working. Just heads up, the market's trying to pin in price here. SMH had some really neat stuff this morning. They showed a new high put in on the bell this morning. That's a good look for later. Oh, they're trying to sell it again. I'm a little, I got all my crap,
Get that trigger pulled on. TraderTheTrigger.com. TraderTheTrigger.com.
What's going on, everybody? How's everybody doing? They're trying to sell this down, huh? Let me just take a peek here. Whoa. We'll take a look at this together here, guys. We've already, the good news here is that we've already hit the Friday low. It's just a matter of, are we going to take out the Thursday low or not? Could just be a kind of a dead day. Let's go main screen here. Let's start, we'll start with this right here. So we hit the overnight high. This is good. We're done doing this here for now. Hold on here. I mean, just one quick second here. So here's your, well, a few things got to look at here. So this is Friday right here, and this is Thursday at 10 right in here. Do you see this?
Southern suburbs.
Right in here. We've already hit we already took out the Friday low here. It's just a matter of, we don't necessarily have to do this Thursday low. Let's say that. We do not have to do this Thursday low. Let's start there. This satisfies the Friday low, but Thursday low would be nice to take out, to be honest with you. There's some back testing for May that needs to take place. That may not take place until middle of the month. I'll give you an example of this if you want to see what this should look like. Hold on here. Something like this. It doesn't necessarily have to be this, but let me show you the idea here. I actually have a good example of this. Hold on here. As we're kind of in 2021. We're not in 2021, but when it's similar, though, hold on here. Just give me one quick second. Let me see where we are here. When we have similar conditions, which we kind of have similar conditions right now. We'll get into this if we can today. We'll get into the what did Warsh say over the weekend? As there was a lot of misunderstanding
at the top of the
or
US
straight
IPO
bullshit lies. I mean, I don't know how else to describe it these days, but it's either misunderstanding combined with people that do understand that are saying things that are not true, completely not true.
Forecast 48 spot 4.
Here we go. Here's what I found right here.
New orders forecast.
So just, I don't think it's exactly this, but let's go look at this together.
Also get US construction spending
So
month over month for April.
just,
From the prior 0 spot 6.
I don't know why that's there. That doesn't belong there. Here's June of 2021. Okay. Now it doesn't have to be this, but I think that for, where's June? Right here. So just so you can see here, okay, a few things for you to see here. This is 2021 right now, okay? And 2021 was a very much like where we are right now, where inflation is exploding. Now, we'll get into the inflation conversation at some point later today with war. So we have a lot of shit to dispel here because it was a disaster over the weekend. Wall Street Journal, Nick Timorous put out some information on wanting to look at a different inflation gauge, which is fine. But they only wanted to, or Warsh only wants to look at that inflation gauge as a precursor, not use it as the inflation gauge, but hey, you should be looking at this because it tends to show or pre-show. And the example that they used yesterday was we're not going to head into cyclical natural inflation, which is false. And he's not saying that that's going to happen, but it was spun over the weekend. And so we're going to go over that. But what I want to show you is this. This is June 1st of 2021. And what happened? We fucking cratered into the first day of June. And we recovered slightly on the next day of June, June 2nd. And then we cratered again. And not surprisingly, today, what are we doing? We put in a high. We put in a high on Sunday. And they're selling inside of pre-market, right? And you could see one more high here and then a low, and then, but it's not all bad. What's interesting about this is that we ran our way up into the middle of the month, and guess what we did after the middle of the month? What did we do after the middle of the month? Someone tell me. This is the 19th and 21st, right? This is the back test for the monthly green, just so you can see it here. So you put in the new high for the weekend. They slam it down. This is Thursday or Friday, Thursday, right? They took out the low here from Friday, Thursday. So we back test this week the prior week's green. We take out the low, right, for that weekly. Everybody's all bared up. Of course, they rip your faces off again. They come back in, retest the May low. And then it becomes a big fuck fest to the upside. We ramp-o-rama into the end of the month of June right here. Okay, so just be aware at least. Just be aware that we're like, if you're a dealer, you have to do certain things, right? So you're going to put in the high. Woo, we put in the high for last week. We couldn't get it done with gamma and all that bullshit. Then all of a sudden, we're back testing this past Friday and Thursday low. Get that out of the way. Checkbox, checkbox. And then here, what they do is they do the monthly back test. They put in the high for the month on June 12th, and then they come back down. They back test the month of May. And then it's a big fucking fuck fest to the upside. Do you get what I'm saying? So if you just understand these basic concepts, like we come in on Sunday, Monday, we don't know when we're going to put in that high. It's either going to be Sunday night, Monday. Sometimes it takes until Wednesday. It looks like we put it in Sunday. And now we're going to go back and fuck around with the weeklies of last week and see we're kind of bearish right now. We're going to knock out Friday, Thursday. Then we're going to come back up, and then we're likely going to come back down and retest the monthly low for May. And then it's a big, party to the upside, basically. is what we're looking for mechanically here.
54 higher than forecast, 53. Price.
Does that make sense to any of you out there? You can kind of look at just June of 2021. This was a very clean example of this, but you can literally look at the month of June from 2021 is very similar. Okay? At least mechanically what we have to do here, or the market will want to attempt to do, is just backtest this Friday, Thursday, then backtest the monthly low for June or for May, right? And then we're up and we're out of here. And what's actually kind of surprising and not surprising at the same time, I want to show you something else that's neat here too. This is SMH from price action from Friday and this morning. Okay, and what was fascinating was this. It snuck up here this morning. SMH slammed down this morning. Then it's actually snuck up here and put the new high in. Right? And then immediately reversed to the downside. And this high was not for right now. This was the look above for whatever doom comes into play to this downside. It doesn't matter. We're coming back. So it's like we hit the thing that needed to be hit to say no matter what this down move is, we're going to go back up there again in the future. It's just a matter of getting what we need to have done. But do note that SMH is rolling down right now, putting in a couple equal legs. Let's go back over here to the main screen. And let's take a peek really quick. Oh, we'll get rid of this. Hang tight here. And we're going to take a look at this right here. And I'm going to show you exactly what this should be looking like. Slam it down. Take it back up, reject, which we did. I'll show you that in a 30-minute. Right here. Here's a 1 minute. We actually did that earlier. It's not showing on the 30, but just so you can see it. Slam into this one right here. Now, we could potentially, this doesn't need to happen here. I want to show you one more thing. This does not need to happen right here. We can attempt it. We might just start selling is my point. This should be drawn differently here. Hold on. Let me draw this here. And this should be like this. Hold on here. Get rid of that. Rid of that. We can get rid of this one. You already know they're going to try to buy this. This one's at kind of an angle right here. And I really want to make this one an angle too. This is not really required. That's a solid line right here for buying. This one's not needed. This could fail right where we are right now. Hold on here. Put this in for the 12. You already know they're going to come in and try to sell this. And we'll put the 1230 over there for that one too. It's like 12 to 1230. Those flows come in. Same thing over here. I'm in here. They actually start about half an hour early. There's another one for 10. And we'll see if they start selling this now or at 12:30. They're going to take shots at it here, and they're going to take shots at it up here. And what we're trying to get to end of day today, if possible, 7:49ish, somewhere in there. And there's one more big sweep up here to go to 760. This could take Wednesday. This could take into Wednesday. I've got it here for today at the close, but this target could be Wednesday, believe it or not. This could drag out for a period of time. It depends on how long it takes to get it done, but if you were looking for like a low today, into the close, where's Thursday? This could be fast. We'll leave this here for now. This could take till Wednesday, but it could be all. It could just be today. It could be a matter of get it done as quickly as possible. Hold on here, guys. Yeah, even with this stuff up here, see this right here? They're gonna try to sell the fuck out of this.
Spending April report on the feed for those interested.
I have a short on right now. I'm closing it. Hold on here. Give me a second. I gotta check my account here. I mean, this could take all fucking day. Like, this could take till Wednesday to get this down here. It could be a lot of, like, fucking around. Come down here into the close, and it's like, you know, just a new low in the close, and then we're bumping up to go down. This could be a process of a couple days. We'll watch it closely here. Well, you know they're going to step in to buy this. And I'm going to keep looking for another opportunity up here to go short up here in this one at 12:30 if possible. They might win it here, but we can chase this one down too. If we start to roll, we can start chasing this down. Not yet, but if they try to do it early, we just need this white line right here. And if they start to fire this thing down and break this line here, we'll take one of them to the downside. We want to see the first leg down here and then smash it over here. They're either going to do it now or 12:30. Just be patient here. Why am I down today? Fuck am I down today? Is it Snap? Oh, Snap is nice. Nope, not going to sell Snap yet. I did see surges heading higher in the overnight. I haven't looked at it in a minute. Fucking Snap. We got a lot of stuff to go over here today. I did notice the space thing the past few sessions. I noticed it on Wall Street Bets over the weekend. It went cranking yesterday, and then went cranking in the overnight. I do have some questions about space. Virgin Galactic, not SPCX. I do think I'll talk about a conspiracy theory at some point today, but
UK May year ahead inflation expectations fall to 4.7%.
I was looking. Oh, wait a minute here. Let me see if I can show you guys this. Well, I got something over the weekend. Not over the weekend. I got alerts from. I have money with Schwab, and I did get the invitations to invest in SPCX IPO.
YouGov poll says the UK May longer term inflation expectations fall to 4.4%.
And then my buddy sent, or how do I say this better? I got the invitations to invest in SPCX for their IPO from Schwab. I got to say this without getting thrown in prison or whatever. Make sure I'm saying all this right. So I got an invitation from Schwab to, of course, invest in the SPCX IPO. I didn't read them fully. Like, I read them, but I didn't do the, oh my God, maybe I should buy SPCX IPO. Where I get on the rabbit hole with Schwab or anything like that. I should probably open them, but my buddy did send me his invitation or a snip of it. And it's all I needed to see, and the whole reason why I didn't look at it or investigate it further. I did read the invitation to invest in SPCX where they say, hey, you put in $100 and you can turn it into $100,000. You put in $1,000, you can turn it into $1 million. Put in, I don't know, a penny, and you'll be a trillionaire if you long the SpaceX IPO. And, then I called a buddy of mine, and another buddy of mine. One buddy sent me that thing, and I'm like, yeah, I got it. I didn't read it because, of course, I know it's going to be a pitch. There's a few things we need to talk about IPOs. I was a little concerned over the last few sessions. I noticed the space pump and dump thing on Wall Street Bets. I noticed it a few days. I think I mentioned it on Friday too. I think I mentioned it. Ooh, yeah. Sell that fucking thing down. And then I watched it subside on Friday, I think. And then it picked back up on Friday night, Saturday, Sunday. To pump space and not SpaceX, right? I don't want to say this because it's not based in reality, but I used to be a heavy user of Wall Street Bets. And Wall Street Bets is the kind of place where you can manipulate cheaply Reddit and Wall Street Bets. And when I saw the coordination to pump space, the ticker, it's got Elon Musk written all over it. I got to be honest with you guys. He used to hang out on Wall Street Bets. People say that that's not true, but he did. And I'm not saying that he's hanging out on Wall Street Bets either, but if I was going to do an IPO, it would probably be cheap for me to run some programs to help my IPO out. And when you see the pump over the weekend like this, it's kind of a warning to anyone trying to short the SpaceX IPO. Don't do this, right? We're going to run it up on you. And it's probably dirt cheap. Probably costs $100,000 max. $100,000 to run a program like that. Now, what I want to explain to you about IPOs is something just top line, which is you got to remember that there's I'm going to turn this talker off here for a minute just to get through some of this stuff. So when you're looking at an IPO, right? This is it starts with the market demands something, right? Or we create demand, one or the other, right? Market doesn't know they need this or want this, or there's a company making product X due to the demand in the market for it, right? We know that there's demand for this or that. You could call it anything, right? With this new demand for a new pencil. And we don't have any public companies that are making these pencils, but guess what? I just found a company that does a 3-man operation out of a garage somewhere, right? And they make these new pencils. And either the market is demanding these new pencils or I'm going to create the demand, one or the other. Hey, I found a guy making a pencil. The market doesn't know that they want this. And it's very cheap what they're making, and they can make me a bunch of money, right? So I put that small garage operation, or I put them in my Rolodex, let's say, right? I got an old paper roll. I got an old daytimer or something. And I accumulate companies that are doing these things. And whether I am going to create that demand or that there is actual demand for that product at some point, what do? I put that guy or that girl, let's say it's a girl, right? Woman's making this pencil. I put her into contact with someone that has money. And they have money burning a hole in their pockets, right? And maybe I put them in front of a group of 10 angel investors. They have like, these are fuck you people, right? They want to shape the world, and they have money to do it, and it's fun for them. And they might it's kind of like the Ivy League school thing that's been going on, which is what people with money do today with IPOs. IPOs are very similar to Ivy League institutions. There used to be a time when you could go to an Ivy League institution, your kids could go there, your grandkids could go there, your great-grandkids could go there, and you'd have a familial history, right? We're children of Yardale in this house, right? And that was a big thing at one time with these institutions. What these institutions have since done is they've taken on a corporate type stance to how they bring in new students. So what they'll do is they'll say, okay, we're going to allot 10% or 15% to alumni, Yardale. But most of our new students, we're going to take a swing for the fences on. So I can either bring in 100 kids whose parents are, they do okay in life, right? They're an engineer, they're a doctor. They've never swung for the fences. And historically, their families have never swung for the fences. My dad's an engineer. My dad's an engineer. My dad's a doctor. And we make okay money. I make $300,000 a year. I make $600,000 a year. I make $800,000 a year. And my son is going to attend this university. And that son and me, we might not donate enough money to that university. So if I change my my practices for bringing students in, and I pick 100 students that are not like me and my dad, I pick up 100 students that are trying to hit for the fences, and maybe 3 or 5 or 10 of those do, and they end up donating because of prestige to my institution, large sums of money. Then I don't need me and my dad and, for donating 10 grand a year or 5 grand a year, $1,000 a year, whatever it may be. And so so you get what I'm saying? So now I'm an institution. I've got of 100 students that have the potential to hit it out of the park. I'm now paying for my institution. And the same thing is kind of with IPOs, similar to IPOs. So you're going to IPO a company. I am the guy, I found the company making the thing, or I know about this company making the thing. They've never made it big. And the markets are demanding this new pencil that this company is making. And so I have money, or I know a guy with money, right, or a bunch of guys with money. And I go to these guys with money and I say, hey, company X over here is making this product. And the market is demanding it right now. What do you guys think about making this company public? Right? They need money. They need this. They need that. And so what do? This company is in debt. I want them to scale up and make a bunch of these new pencils for everybody. And you're going to back this company, and I'm going to help this company come public. And then the company IPOs, and what is the company laden with? Debt, right? Debt, right? Angel investors putting their money into this company. They're bringing it to IPO. The IPO guys, the PE guys, VC guys are there. And what do? They want to bring the company to IPO, right? So this is very basic top line stuff, right? So you bring in the company IPO, and I'm going to offer buy-ins to specific people. Right? I'm going to offer buy-ins to my buddy Bob over here, and Mike, and the Angels know a bunch of people with money. And so we give the first buy-ins to those people, right? They get to buy the stonk before it ever comes to market at $1, let's say. Next round is to $2. Next round is to $3. Next round is to $5, $6, or whatever. And you've got the SPCX IPO coming out. And sure enough, it's lauded as what? What is it lauded as? It's lauded as you're getting the inside, right? You're an insider now. You're on Schwab, and they're telling you you're getting the pitch, right? Oh, your $100 is going to make $1 million. And the story is more juicy depending upon how scary the IPO is, right? And so that's the emails that I'm getting. Hey, man, you're getting a ground floor in SPCX IPO. And, this is kind of for the cheap seats, right? It's for the shoe shine boy. It's for your barber. It's for your, your Bob on Main Street. And, if you're getting that email and you've never gotten those emails before, they've never been hyped, even if you've received them and you blew them off, but now that's being hyped. You see that? There's like hype in this. And what you're doing is you're paying for the debt. You're paying for this debt that's been accumulated by these other companies. So typically when you see IPOs, IPO today, we have had some exciting ones in the past, where they rip faces off and then they go to the depths of hell. But this whole thing with space itself, like Galactic, is kind of like a warning, right? Don't try to short SpaceX on their IPO. And not only that, can it be shorted? Or not can it physically be shorted, but can it go to zero, or will it rip faces off? Will it be the start of all of these IPOs IPOing and going moon? When Amazon IPO'd in the internet bubble, it like traded up and then started going violent to the upside for the end of the bubble. So these are all questions that have to do with the SpaceX IPO, right? Will it go to zero? Is you're literally, are you in low enough or not? Will this IPO fail until we do get Anthropic, OpenAI, and the others, and then they all start rising at the same time? Maybe all big heady questions, right? Into this SpaceX IPO. So we're going to take a look at that today, tomorrow. We will, of course, live stream the SpaceX IPO. I read something that scared the shit out of me last night. I was reading parroting talk on this SpaceX or Virgin, where they were like, "Oh, it's already pre-trading and pre-IPO SpaceX." I'm like, "Oh, really? That sounds really fucking crazy to me." I don't see the SpaceX IPO on this U.S. stock market. And I know that it goes up and down before it goes public already, but that happens to all IPOs, right? So I do have questions about it. I would like to see what it's going to be. I asked over the weekend a question saying, we are going to short SpaceX IPO, right? Not space. What is it, SPCX? And the reason I was asking that question over the weekend was to gauge how many likes and dislikes I got on that post. The more likes I get, the more I think that nobody's in on the Schwab entry. And the less likes that I get, the more that I think that all of retail is in on that trade. They've said, yes, I want to allocate $100,000, $200,000, whatever it may be, $10,000, $1,000 on the SpaceX IPO. So I'm willing to gauge your idea on this. I'm willing to get your input on this, of course, and what you think. And then you've seen me, I think, trade IPOs on their open. I have traded IPOs here on the show quite successfully on their open. So I can at least show you how to trade these things. You can literally right in the start using your rules and tools on an IPO the moment that it actually opens in the U.S. market, so we can find out if it's to be shorted or to be longed, and then potentially shorted or not. If you want my baseline on this stuff right off the bat this morning on SpaceX, I do think it goes up on its open. I think it rips faces off. I just don't know if it gets shorted into the ground thereafter. I don't think it's an immediate like sell on its IPO, but I do think we should be wary, or not wary, but more that it kind of parks itself with in waiting for these other IPOs to go public, and then we kind of run them all up at the same time. But I'm not against it going up on its open, I should say. But I'm interested though in that weekend pump on, or that weekend meme pump on space itself. It's almost like a shot across the bow, almost like manufactured. So anyways, we'll take a look at that today at 2. We're going to look at SpaceX. We'll look at space if you want me to. I can look at that for you too. And then other than that, we're going to go through Gamma today because it's new Gamma for the month. And we'll see where we can find that low to long for the new month. I'm assuming that they're going to try to long this because of us clearing the Friday out. But I don't think we're done going out. I think we're going to sweep this one, and by Wednesday, I want to say. This could take until Wednesday close, potentially earlier, but we'll probably take this one out, and then we'll start ramping. And then we'll look for the monthly low as well and see what we can see on that. Let's look at this together really quick. And just to get you guys up caught up to date, or up to time or whatever, let's look at this really quick. Let me go back to an hour. It's something like this, I think. Show it to you here. And just so you can see the 12th over here, this is a Friday. And it should be something like this. Drag, 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 drag. Pump this shit up into the 12th. Get the roll going. Then a nice little roll down. Back test the monthly low on the 21st, which would be somewhere in here. Just trading this, attacking this, but not until middle of June. Just trying to back test. I think it's this cluster right in here. 739.62 sounds about right. This one right here, 733, but it's not until you're still talking about something like this. It should be something like this, up and over, right? Back down over here. And then you just so you can see that right there. You see that daily triggers coming up, and then another rampa-rama up into July. So anyways, it should be something like this, okay? Just so you can see it when we're ramp up, down, and then more highs. Trade the 70s into July. Make sense? Reject that bullshit, of course. And same nonsense, right? Back up again, back down again, and then ram up until the middle of July. Something like that, in and around there. So the top three things today, or three or four things today, we're going to talk about gamma. We're going to talk about space or SPCX, I think. SPCE. And we're going to talk about gamma, SPCX, SPCE, and then when do we start turning around, that kind of stuff, projections. I think those are the three big ones. Oh, the last one would be inflation. This one right here is the biggest thing we probably have to talk about today, because there was so much Sunday bullshit around this. And we're gonna chat about that today. If we can get to it, we will. We'll chat about that today. But let's look at this right here. Something just like this, right? And I did say on this one, this could take until Wednesday. We can spread this out. Put this on Wednesday at the close. It could happen sooner, but we'll draw that out. Just like grind, fight all the way down here. And you know that this is going to take, it's going to be bullshit up here, right? Get us down here, break underneath this nonsense, then break under this nonsense. And then, it's going to be like pulling teeth to get up there. And this could turn around now, but we're not there to make that call yet. So, and any one of these can turn around. This can turn around here. Sorry. This can turn around here. This can turn around here. And in here. Somewhere in there. Somewhere down here. Here and here. But I don't think it's going to turn around just yet. I think it's going to be a little bit of consolidation in here. Let's go look at this in a smaller frame. And you can already see they're trying to sell it right here. They took a shot at it right here at 10. They took a shot at it up here in the new high for the week. And they're likely going to try to take another shot at it somewhere in here too. It ain't going to be easy. It's going to be like pulling teeth. That's what I think it's going to be like, pulling teeth. And we could also indubitably trade this sideways and then just start heading higher again. Just watch this closely here together. All right, let's start with, I wrote some stuff up here, didn't I? Didn't I write some stuff up here? All right, I don't know where it went to. I'll remember. Well, they're already doing the grind down here. Try to get some creepy crawly to the upside up here. This one. Yeah, I got that one right. They're going to try to fucking defend this bullshit up here, 758. And see, they want to defend this, but I think they're going to get, they want to defend this right here, but I think they're going to try to squeeze this fucker up for some liquidity. These guys are up here somewhere. They're right up there. See them right there. See them right here. There might be a warning. There might be a warning track right here. No. Potentially a warning track right there. Leave this one right here. We got to watch this too, this prior low. If we get it started to the downside early, it's going to be a new leg. And then we'll start selling this bullshit right here. But I don't know that we can. Yeah, let's keep waiting here. These 1030 guys, they're trying to sell it right now. Trade SPY options. A couple seconds here, guys. Watch out for the squeeze. Let's take a look at Gamma really quick. Start here. Let's just check out Net really quick. Net's still a pin on 7,600. This is good to see. We are rolling calls higher. This is all good to see. We still have not rolled higher, though, to 7,600, 7,700. There's new Gamma above at 7,650, 7,700, 7,800. Woo! Even 8,000 being built out right now. 8,100 being built out. 8,200 being built out. Let's look at 0 dates. We've got 7,590, 7,600. Started that this morning before the opening bell. And then we've got a pin down below of 7,550. Currently, we're trading 75.75. So if we were looking for, let's look at this, 75.50. So right in here. We'll just write 0 DTE. We'll make this green. We also have on the other side 7590 is the prominent one. I think this is where I have the upside target here for 10 or 12 p.m. Roughly right in here. This is yellow. It's also 0 date. So you've already got and you got 7,600 up there too. So you kind of got the push down off this, right? Just looking for some kind of rejection up here to drag us down. To go up, of course. And then we have the 1 dates right here. And we've got 7550, but then there's a bigger one down here, 7525. And same thing, 7590, 7615. So range expansion. I think it was up there, right? 7516, 7615. And then this one right here, this is 2 date. Max Payne 7505. It's kind of where we get funky here. This is Tuesday. We got another target down here, 7450. And we also have this 7580. You can kind of see what the attempt is here, right? This is just make sure I get this right. Yeah, that's 2 date right here. Two TTE down here. So just want to show you what the intent is here. 0 date, 2 dates, or 1 date, excuse me. 2 dates is Wednesday. So do you see what the attempt here is at least? The attempt here is to sell this right here, this right here, and this right here into Wednesday. At least the intent, like what they're trying to do. I don't know necessarily they're going to be successful, but this is at least the intent right here, right? You can kind of see it. This is Thursday here. Now, I don't know if they're able to get this one. I don't think they're going to be able to get this. What I think happens here is you're going to be something like that. And then you're going to get ripped up in here. Thursday, Friday. Maybe even Monday, Tuesday for a high. I think it's going to blast. Something like this. And then you go up into the 12th. And then they're going to try to suck us back down in here. Friday the 12th. And then eventually you get that one, and then we're up and out of here. Something like this. Does it make more sense to you guys? Like down, 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 no, 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 come up back up here, print, finally print that shit. And you're now also back testing May. You see May, the May back test over here. So it's like pound, 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 unclench, up, down, and then up. And then eventually into the end of the month. 7680. Somewhere up in there, something like this, like slam, slam, slam. New high up here, peek your head up. Slam down there, just like that, something like this. And there's your buyer. And there. Pain trade right here. And then these buyers here come in right over here. This should be the worst of it. It should be the worst of it. It's a 4-hour basis right there. Like buying all this here, buying all that there, up, smash it, down here, smash it. This should be the worst it should be. If there was like a worst, that's what it should be. Something like this. Unless something changed. Unless we're... The only other thing I'd see in this would be if you're like blasting down here and then we're underneath, daily trigger rolls over. Some kind of nonsense like that. We can start getting freaked out or whatever. Comes down here, same kind of nonsense. This stuff comes up. We can deal with that then. We get there with just rules. But other than that, that's probably the worst I see there. So here's your gamma if you want to see it. Trying something a little bit different here just to kind of show you the there's a draw to a net gamma, there's a draw to the 7600, but at the same time, you know, these 0 date kind of stuff, the 0 date gamma, it's kind of negative right now. And I think we are able to then do the back test of the week, back test of May, and you're free to run to the upside. That looks about right there. Like the time that it takes to get this done, this could be just a nightmare of like 2-3 days of grind and down. Okay, so there's gamma. You guys got gamma, right? We'll see how we follow this. I just deleted the last gamma chart we had, and it was near perfect, literally near perfect. So we'll see how this one works out. Or at least from a gamma standpoint, we'll see how this works out. Make sense? Pretty easy, right? Not too hard. 0 date drag to here, 1 date drag down here to Tuesday, and then we've got this like Wednesday drag, but I don't think they're gonna print it. I think they're gonna get close, and then sorry suckers, we'll come back when your shit is expired and then print it. Right? Makes sense? Maybe it doesn't. Maybe it does. I don't know. Let's go look. So we did the gamma stuff. We're gonna go to the bottom right, see where we are here. And you can already see him trying to sell this fucker down. Let's get it done fast. I don't want to wait until Wednesday. But I think they're gonna be waiting. Let's go over here. This back up right here. And the next thing we're going to speak about is inflation. So we did gamma, right? We're going to now do inflation. I just want to get this out of the way so that you guys are not falling for it. Okay? Now, what the falling for is the inflation thing. I'm going to give you now this was like big news to some people and not so big news to other people. It was very much swept under the rug. Did they do this a second time? They ran it 5 hours ago and then 18 hours ago. Okay. I want to read this to you. So Nick Timmeros and Warsh over the weekend on Saturday or Friday, I made a post on Twitter. It was either Friday or Saturday. I made a post on Twitter about inflation. And I kept it really simple, but I hid some key words inside of that post. And some people get it and some people don't. And even that post was, the intention behind that post was to find out who knows and who doesn't. And the key word inside of that post about inflation that I made, no, I'm not fucking, no. Not doing that. Hold on here. And what I wrote in that post was natural inflation. Let me see if I can pull the post up really quick. Why do I have to fucking disable my ad blocker? I don't want to disable my ad blocker. All right, fine. I hate disabling my ad blocker. There, no filtering. Is that better for you? Invalid URL. Fucking bastards. I did disable. Ugh. Pain in the ass. Hang tighter, guys. I'm putting full blocking back on again here. Hang tight here, guys. It's so frustrating. Okay, I'm going to read this from the Wall Street Journal. Kevin Warsh wants the Fed to think about inflation differently. Dallas Fed trimmed mean inflation rate, trimmed mean 1 month annualized rate, trimmed mean 12-month change, core PCE 12-month changed. If you look at the chart here, the article from Sunday showing this trim mean 1 month annualized, right? But then it's showing this trimmed mean 12-month change. And that's this one right here. This dark blue one's coming down as inflation is rising. Do you see that? And Warsh is saying that we want to use that as a precursor for where inflation is going. Now, he did not say that trimmed mean was implying that inflation is coming down. And he was not saying that inflation is coming down, though the press ran with that yesterday. On Sunday, they ran with it saying, oh, look, inflation is going to come down. The Fed is looking at this as inflation coming down. Wall Street Journal also said yesterday, one number released this past week says inflation is running away from the Federal Reserve's 2% target. Another says that it's nearly there. The Commerce Department said Thursday that a widely watched measure of core consumer inflation, which excludes volatile food and energy items, was 3.3% over the last year. But a lesser known gauge, called the trimmed mean inflation, which filters out most of the extreme price moves, was just 2.3%. Ordinarily, that more benign number would carry little weight in where the Fed and the markets expect interest rates to go. That may be about to change. At his confirmation hearing in April, Warsh urged the central bank to pay more attention to measures like the trimmed mean. Listen to this closely here. He said you should be paying attention to the trimmed mean for potential outcomes for inflation. He didn't say they were using it. He didn't say it's implying that inflation's coming down. He didn't say any of those things. He was just saying it as, hey, we should be looking at this as a precursor for potential changes in inflation that may put us behind or ahead of the curve. That's all he said. That's it. Wall Street Journal ran with this over the weekend. And they said the question is whether these alternative measures are better at filtering out the effects of tariffs, AI investment, and geopolitical shocks to produce a more accurate and for now benign picture of where underlying inflation is headed. Or do they understate underlying pressure because of those same effects aren't actually one-offs but persistent forces shaping the economy? Warsh has signaled he favors the first interpretation. Quote, what I'm most interested in is what's the underlying inflation rate, not what's the one-time change in prices because of a change in geopolitics or a change in beef. Warsh told people at his fucking hearings, not Wall Street Journal over the weekend. Now, what does the Fed usually focus on? The Consumer Price Index released by the Labor Department tends to get the most headlines because it comes out early in the month and because Social Security payments, inflation-protected bonds, and private contracts are tied to it. But Fed officials pay more attention to the Commerce Department's Personal Consumption Expenditures Price Index, or PCE, which the central bank uses to define its inflation target. To be honest with you guys, we did hit the target. If you do there's like a new math equation they have to do with it, and we actually did hit the target. It wasn't hyped and ballyhooed on the internet because the Fed wants to sit in the frying pan, basically. It's not frying pan's not bad. It's like a flat level. Frying pan handle, frying pan. It's kind of when trend comes into something either down or up and then rides where you want it to be. This is called a frying pan, okay? Right here, frying pan. So really wasn't ballyhooed that we actually hit our target. We did. We hit it. So anyways, Fed officials pay more attention to the PCE, right? Core prices receive the most attention because volatile food and energy prices can obscure the underlying trend. Warsh called the measure a rough swag or inelegant approximation because it leaves in too many other one-off distortions. Fed officials also already consult a range of gauges that exclude outliers such as a plunge in wireless phone prices or a one-off tariff bump. The trimmed mean makes that filtering more systematic. Warsh didn't specify which trimmed mean he had in mind. Listen to that. He didn't specify which one he had in mind. So Wall Street Journal runs with, hey, this one mean indicator is saying that this inflation is not sticky. So you should be saying to yourself, hey, this whole inflation thing that Cap posted on Saturday means nothing. It's going to roll back down again, bros. But that's not true. And we got to talk about that today. So we got to talk about two things. What Warsh didn't say this weekend, what the Wall Street Journal is pushing the narrative of. Why are they pushing that narrative? And I can tell you point blank what it is. Warsh, the executive, wants to run the economy hot to pay down debt. It's that simple. And I've already explained to you how they do that, right? They cheapen the dollar, they pay down that debt with that cheap dollar, and then we can go through a hiking cycle. So this narrative over the weekend from the Wall Street Journal is more of a puff piece to say to you, hey, look, we're not going to enter into any kind of cyclical natural inflation. And they're lying to you is my point. They're lying to you. If you go to the Fred and you just look up one thing, you can look up just one. Go look up electrical pricing PCE, electrical PCE. Look up just electrical building for the energy for the grid. It's going fucking moon right now, like moon. It never comes back down. It's not like oil and gas. Electricity doesn't come back down. The other thing you can look at is or services inflation. Services inflation is like the nasty, gnarly inflation. It's usually cyclical, but one-off things can impact it as well, like tariffs. What else can impact it? Gas prices can impact it. Service companies will look for any fucking reason to raise prices on you. And this is why I argued with you before about how tariffs are not persistent, sticky inflation, and they have not been. And not only that producers and corporations will attempt, if they can, to absorb those prices, or they'll just raise prices on you. And if you reject them, a new company will come in and replace them. This is common, normal economics, basic economics 101. I know that we consume the politics of it, which are against the actual fucking way this shit works. But the truth be told, it's where services is where it's nasty. It's where the real greed can lie. Some of it's not greed. Some of it is I've held on as long as I possibly can. I'm getting hit by producers. I'm getting hit by one-time tariff spikes or one-time gas spikes. And now services is dragging me into this where I have to raise prices. But there is a little bit, I want you to know, of like laziness of some companies when we get these one-time price spikes. There is laziness by service companies that just say, hey, inflation is going to rise. I'm being told it's going to rise, so I'm going to raise my prices in advance, and I'll let this all shake out later. And then, of course, they don't drop prices in the future. And that is really where the danger is right now, which is I think it's okay that we have this systematic and cyclical inflation that's coming into be, but you're being prepped for it from the public that it's not happening and that you'll be fine. And I think it's okay. I've got no problem with running into hot inflation. It's a normal part of the economic cycle, this expansion phase. But you should be aware that it's happening, and that it will be a problem. And not only will it be a problem, but the bond market already sees it. The bond market already knows that no matter what, you're going to get a rate hike or two this year. Like, you don't have a choice. It's going to happen. No matter what Warsh's words are being spun, how Timorous is spinning it, no matter how the Fed spins it, no matter how Wall Street Journal spins it, no matter how these guys or these things, whatever these guys are doing or saying to you, it's here. And you need to know that it's here. And you need to know that at some point when we run up into this inflation and we start running it hot, that it's going to become a problem. Is it today? No, but it is going to be a problem. You are likely going to see by fall some hiking going on. I assume that you might, I'm assuming here you're going to get away with June. You're going to get a stern talking to by Warsh. And you may be able, by the skin of your teeth, make it out through July. You may not, but that could also be the top of the market or the roll, the sideways shit for July. So you're either going to get a hike in July or September, somewhere in there. And you also got to be aware of this because if we're going to run it hot, then we're going to go moon, right? Like, this stuff makes us go moon. And we're past kind of the honeymoon, right? So you ramp it up into the midterms, makes them happy, right? You got a knee-jerk reaction with a hike or two in the markets, but we're not in a hiking cycle yet. And it maintains our upside into at least the beginning of the year. I don't think that the hike or two is going to stop the market or anything like that. And I think you might actually get a cut at some point. At some point, you'd get a cut next year. You should get like a bear rate of some kind by next spring. Maybe next year looks a little bit like 2022. We have like a forced tightening, and then we go back into the ramp-o-rama again, like we did in 2023. But we want to pay attention. So I'm going to read some more of this to you here. Research from the Dallas Fed showed in its trim mean measure can be better than core inflation at forecasting future price growth over long stretches, but it failed in 2021, which weighs heavily on the usefulness now. Let me bring this other article up for you real quick. And then they ask on Wall Street Journal, are the 2021 dynamics back? As in 2021, the trim mean is today showing less inflation in the broader indexes. Is it understating the trend again? It is too soon to tell. Tariffs have pushed up a range of prices for goods. Listen to this closely here. Listen to this part closely. It is too soon to tell. That's false. Tariffs have pushed up a range of prices for goods. AI-related spending is doing the same in software and computing. Dallas Fed researchers said trim mean inflation was 0.7 percentage points lower than core PCE in April, mainly because it gave less weight to goods excluding food and energy, the items most directly affected by tariffs. Trimming the PCE index symmetry, cutting away the same share from the top and bottom of distribution, closes much of the gap with core, according to a measure constructed by Employ America, a left-leaning think tank. It stood at 3% in April. The think tank produces another version that excludes housing and other categories whose prices lag market conditions or aren't directly measured. That measure was 2.88% in April and has risen year over year for 13 consecutive months. The strongest evidence that inflation isn't getting better comes from looking at the whole distribution of prices, which hasn't been consistent with the Fed's 2% goal since 2021, and which has drifted higher in recent months, said Trezzi, a former Fed economist who runs the inflation research firm. Warsh's position matters because it isn't really about one statistic, but how the Fed deals with the price shocks that an era of tariffs and geopolitical disruptions may keep producing. Notice how they keep mentioning this. Tariffs and geopolitical conditions. That's gas, right? But there's still something in the room with us, and they're not discussing it, and that is services inflation. This is the thing that it's like a hot potato. They don't want to touch it. They don't want to address it. They don't want to show you the numbers on it. And they most certainly don't want you to know about it. The presidency, without a doubt, doesn't want you to know about it. No presidency does. It doesn't just Trump. Like, this would be Biden. It doesn't matter. It could be like a fucking Antifa terrorist. None of these politicians want to address the elephant in the room, which is services inflation. And not only services inflation, there's another one in the room with us right now. Hold on. Hang tighter, guys. This is all weird stuff here, like even having to bring this stuff up to people. Like, let me just show you a few of these things here, guys. Let me show you a few things here. Let's watch this closely here. Like, some of these things can be addressed, but some of them cannot. Or cyclically, they cannot. This is the latest CPI numbers. I'm going to go blow through a few of these, but I want to get to the ones that are freaky. So CPI inflation blows past Fed rates as core services, electricity, food spike. Fed's real rates are now negative. Look at that spike right there, monthly annualized. This is trend right here, year over year, going higher. This is the one that's scary as fuck. That's scary. This will make prices go higher. This is core services, and services is this is the one that's insidious right here. Insidious right here. This one right here is the one why I was screaming to you earlier 2-3 weeks ago. I said to you, if you are looking for a rental, if we're going to come into high inflation, this is like COVID inflation. You see this right here? Rents going moon. This is why I talked to you about getting new jobs, getting new raises, asking your job for a raise. If you're going to rent a house, the time to rent a house is now. CPI owner's equivalents going moon. If you were to rent your house out, if you were to rent your house out, costs to you. Airlines, this can be done away with, of course, even though there's a permanently built-in price spike on gas forever as long as we don't own Iran. Gasoline prices are up, but those can be dealt with. But this one right here is the baddie too. CPI electricity, this never comes back. Look at this. This never comes back. Ever. These never come back. This isn't like energy where it comes back down. It just goes higher, 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 higher. Huge influx. This is from building out your data centers, by the way. The energy for your data centers. You know the data centers that you didn't have a choice in, and you know the power that you didn't have a choice in building out. It's being built out whether you like it or not. Right here. They'll ask you for forgiveness after it's done. You're too late. And look at this one. Food. Month to month. These will suck food up. We have higher lows on food as well. Durable goods. Coming down. Your tariffs. This is the one that Wall Street Journal is telling you. Oh, it's all tariffs. Oh, it's all geopolitical. Right? So just looking at these right here. It's all tariffs. No, it's not. It's all gas and geopolitics. No, it's not. The CPI or the inflation is cyclical inflation. Cyclical inflation. I want to show you something else here. This is ground beef. Fucking moon. Fucking moon. Moon. Uncooked at home, moon. Moon, moon, moon. Eating steak at home, moon. Flattening and rising. Chicken breasts, up. Fruits and vegetables, moon. Moon, 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 moon. Not down, going up. Food inflation. Eggs coming down. Woohoo! Your eggs down. Ground beef, moon. Coffee down. Coffee, eggs coming down finally. But this was already coming down before. This already mooned actually prior to, so those are coming down. Dairy about to moon. All your milk's about to go moon. Other foods been mooning. Some of it's been coming down, like your coffee and your eggs and stuff like that have come down, trying to offset those food costs. CPI at food, though, what is it implying? That we're going to go up. See that? Higher lows. In total, here's your CPI at food at home in total, up plus 32%. Whew! Now, here's where things get crazier. Here's where things get crazier. We're going to look at this one next. PCE inflation surges farther away from Fed's target, now nearly double Fed's target, 5 years target plus above. PCE, this is your monthly. It is literally fucking mooning right now. Do you see it? Mooning. You should expect more of that. This is services inflation, not your fucking, not your geopolitics, not your durable goods, none of that stuff. Moon up here as well. Not good, right? Energy services, moon, but this is your gas and this is also your electricity. What's dragging your energy and food service or energy services up? It's not gas. It's not fucking gas. It's electricity. It's the build out for data centers, and you have no fucking say in it. Like it's being done without you having a say. They're literally packaging fucking data centers and energy centers as warehouses to you. And then they get the initial passage, and then by the time it gets to your community, it's already a done deal. We've got food and beverages at home beginning to crank again. We're beginning to go back into the 2021. You see it right here. 2021, right here. See it? Already happening. Core services, PCE. You can see the ramp up here in 2021 right here. Then you have the what? You have the manufactured tightening, right? Brings it back down. What are we doing again? Starting to want to do this again, right? Starting to want to ramp again to the upside. Durable goods up as well, following right along, right? The initial spike down, right? And now this is what can become insidious. When your services begin to come up, they will drag durable goods up. There's the one-time price in back down, but services is where it's at. Now, here is the last one. This is the one that I want to show you here. And this is what we're leading up into, which is this one right here. The U.S. government sold $742 billion of Treasury securities last week. T-bills now below surging inflation. I think I told you that before this article. This article came out Saturday. I think I already told you that T-bills are lower than the rate of inflation last week. A lot of T-bill issuance, blah, 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 right? All below, 4-week below, 6-week below, or coming into below, 8-week, 13-week, 17-week, 26-week. So we're running it hot, right? Let's just say what it is. They don't want to tell Bob on Main Street, but that's what we're doing, right? And then what do we get in here? 2-year note with fixed coupon payment, right? So the 2-year note, why are we watching the 2-year note? Because it's cheap. It's to pay down debt, right? You can take out short-term loans, pay down debt. This is the operation that Warsh is wanting to take place. The bond market counts on multiple rate hikes whether the Fed wants to or not. For example, the 2-year note sold at a yield of 4.07, highest auction since 2025. There's demand, right, to pay off debt. I can take a short-term loan, right? And I can pay off debt with it. I can put it where? Anywhere I want, right? The highest auction yield since 2025. Fed's range of 4.25, 4.50, and the 2-year auction yield of 4.169 at the time was below the target range, implying future rate cuts, which came later in the year, 3 of them. Now the Fed's target range down to 3.5 to 3.75, and the 2-year auction yield was 4.07, with buyers expecting at least 2 rate hikes in the first portion of a 2-year term, not this month or next month, in the first portion of a 2-year term. In the secondary market, the 2-year yield has been a good predictor of rates, rate hikes, and rate cuts. What does he say here? Oh, no, sorry. Late last year, it pivoted for more rate cuts to hold, and in March, it pivoted from a hold to multiple rate hikes. In the past week, 2-year yield backtracked on the steep gains in the prior week and ended at 4.01. The blue dotted line shows the effective fund rate, now at 3.63, which the Fed targets with its policy rates. See it flattening in here? And do you see how there's a divergence being created now? This is the bond market telling you that no matter what, at some point, you're going to get a fucking rate hike. A 26-week, 6-month yield, same thing. It's already rising right here, even though the rates are underneath. Rate hikes, yes, but not June and July. This is from Sunday. 3-month Treasury security, which offers a good window of rate expectations in the first 2 months or so. Its 3-month window has been near the middle of the Fed's target range, right at EFFR, though it has come up a little bit from late last year and early this year. So some hawkish talk at the June and July FOMC meetings, but no rate hike. We'll have to wait till later this year, and that's what the bond market expects as well. 10-year is already showing it. 10-year right here. You can actually see the 10-year rising where the EFF is lower. This divergence should suck this blue line up into end of year. 30-year Treasury already doing the same thing. 30-year Treasury, like this divergence right here is fucking huge. This is telling you that the long end is telling you you're out of your fucking mind. We're going to raise rates in the long end, and you're going to eventually meet us up here. Now, this is where I want to get into this right here. I want to get into this part of the conversation right here. So he says this stuff here to a guy. Wall Street Journal says Warsh is interested in the trimmed inflation mean, which ignores reality, and suggests everything is fine at 2.3% climb. Now, we're not going to read this just yet because later on in this article, right here, the next person comes in and says, bond market bets on rate hike. I am not so sure, Wolf. I hope I am wrong. I just read the article in Wall Street Journal that Kevin Warsh favors. False. Well, not favors, but they should look at this as a look ahead, but you're not basing policy on it. Instead of core inflation data, I don't want to go into details on how this inflation is calculated, as the article does a real good job. But long story short, the Dallas Fed data is pointing towards inflation going down. That article did not say that, by the way. And the article went on to say that Kevin Warsh did not delineate which mean it would be either. Inflation is going down. Surprise, surprise. Warsh is in favor of looking at the Dallas data and clearly building that this case for inflation is just temporary and the right hike is not needed. False. Kevin Warsh wants to run it hot to pay down debt. So he will say, or whatever he can say, to say that inflation is low right now, even if it turns out not to be. Now, Wolf gives an answer to this that I want to read to you. This is what I really want to read to you here, which is, it says, obviously, you did not read the Wall Street Journal article. If you cite the Wall Street Journal, make sure you read it because that's not what it said, and it's not what Warsh said. Warsh said no such thing. And the Wall Street Journal article was clear and explicitly stated that Warsh never mentioned the Dallas's Fed's trimmed mean PCE inflation index. They even said that in the article, which is asymmetrical inflation index based on the PCE price index, but mentioned only looking at the trim mean inflation measures in general. In general, not the Dallas Feds to see underlying inflation trends. And the symmetrical trimmed mean and measure runs close to core PCE right now. See the Wall Street Journal article. It even has a chart to show it. Warsh never said that he wants to use a trimmed mean index as a yardstick for the 2% target, but only to see the underlying trend of inflation accelerating or cooling as a better predictor of future actual inflation. He said that he wants better inflation measures based on billion prices collected with modern methods, and those would have to be produced by the BLS or the BEA, not the Fed, which is true. The BLS, the BEA, the Fed, they produce the information. It's hard to explain, but like the mandate is given to the Fed to get that information, and then they go somewhere else to get that information. Trump wants that information done in-house, within the Fed, and the Fed to be under the purview of the executive authority, which would really muddy this. Or the BEA, not the Fed. Our inflation indices, PC and CPI, are flawed, especially their OER components and the health insurance healthcare components. Their flaws are frustrating, and improvements in modern methods would be welcome. And I agree with that statement, but still, even if they're not improved, this is what the stock market uses. So any of your arguments that it's fake, false, bullshit, scammed, or whatever doesn't really matter. That is what the fucking market uses, and until they change it, that's what it uses. Trimmed mean measures reduce the impact of outliers both up and down, and in theory, they might actually give a better idea of the directional trend of underlying inflation, accelerating or cooling of actual inflation in the near future, forward-looking. Trimmed means measures are not used as a measure of actual inflation, but of the underlying inflation trends. Core PCE and core CPI fall into the same category. They don't measure the actual inflation, but underlying inflation trends beyond the most volatile components. The all-time PCE and CPI measurements measure actual inflation. Before 2021, even the asymmetrical Dallas Fed trim mean inflation measure was mostly higher than core PCE. For example, core PCE was 1.0, the Dallas Fed was 1.8, 1.7, Dallas Fed 2.0, 1.9, Dallas Fed 1.9, Dallas Fed 1.5, Fed index 1.6. But by excluding what were initially the outliers and due to its asymmetrical design, the Dallas Fed's index was slow in catching on to the inflation spike in 2021. And it might have been in part responsible for the Fed not reacting to the surge of inflation because they have always looked at the Dallas Fed's measure. It's one of the Fed's own derivative of the PC index and not new, and they might have been misled by it. And Warsh has hammered on the Fed for not reacting to inflation sooner. Does that make sense? It's grinding higher right now, following trend up, and up in here. We'll see if the sellers can hold this into 1230. Now, what does this all mean for you, top line? You know, is this bad or is it good or it isn't? No, it isn't. It's not bad or good. What it's telling you is that the Wall Street Journal and Timorous and the Fed are looking for a way to kind of like fudge the numbers. Fudge. So that they can run this hot through the spring and summer. So they're going to run this shit hot. They're going to tell you, hey, look at this new gauge over here, right? And it's not showing you anything bad, right? It's telling you that this is temporary due to geopolitics, right? And maybe they're really going to use the excuse, tariffs, bro. And, also it's geopolitics. But in fact, if you look deeper into the PCE numbers and CPI numbers, the like what's inside of them, what's really happening is the ugly side of inflation is showing itself. Now, you can also check Larry Williams. I gave you guys his yearly outlook this fall, and he addressed this as well in the fall. And he made the comment that he's been tracking cyclical inflation, the evil inflation, for decades. And he claimed that the cyclical inflation that usually embeds itself in services is bottoming and will find bottom in summertime of this year. And he claimed that that we would ramp, right? That we're not going to fight it. And the Fed's not going to fight it. And no one wants to fight it. So right now what we're getting is just massaging of data and massaging of policy so that we can run it hot. So if you're like someone that says, "Oh, we're not going to run it hot," the Timorous piece from this weekend is what they're doing. They're literally laying out for you how they're going to run this hot and how they will get away with it by using the trimmed means inflation. But I want you to know in the background that that's not the case. Their argument is flawed deeply. You're going to see inflation run hot. You're going to see it run hot from now into, whenever they decide to make that hike. It's either going to be July, September. I think it's September, but it depends on how long it takes for us to get there. And I think I spoke to you 3 weeks ago, right? 2-3 weeks ago, I said to you, if you're in the bottom 15%, these are the things you need to do to outrun this inflation cycle. And the saddest part about this is that 15%. If you're in that 15%, right, you're going to be told the opposite to remain in the 15%. You're going to be told everything is okay. You're going to be told you don't need to ask for a raise. You're going to be told, everything is fine. This isn't cyclical. You're going to potentially stay in your apartment and not try to get a cheaper price. You guys know that apartments are coming down. Apartments and condos the apartment and condo market in the U.S. is crashing right now. And we're seeing rents starting to go up again. Like the biggest crash in the housing market right now is apartments and condos. And inflation on renting of those is starting to bottom and go higher. So rather than telling you what you need to be doing, they're telling you, don't worry about this. And then you come on the back end of it and you're more fucked than you were before. Does that make sense? Do you understand? It's kind of like the guy that he says, "Oh, this market's too high. The bubble's going to pop. I'm going to put my money into the bond market." So you're waiting, like you're making all the wrong decisions, right? And I'm telling you right now, the data for how you make those wrong decisions, like how they tell you everything is fine. Hey, you should rebalance into the bond market. No, you shouldn't. You should wait to rebalance in the bond market into the fall, right? And I mean like the 10-year, the 30-year, those kind of things. You should be waiting for that period because you're going to get run over by inflation. And then they're telling you wages are fine, but they're not. They're always lagging. So wages will lag this inflationary period. So you should start asking for raises now, right? Or start looking for a job that pays more now. Because you know what? You wind up being the guy in the end. You're not getting paid with the long end. You're not getting paid in the stock market with the exposure in the stock market. You're not looking for better pay. You're not looking for better rent. And then when it all comes at the end, what happens? You're fucked. You're back into the 15% or you're stuck in the 15% again. Do you understand what I'm saying? And so this Wall Street Journal article is for who? Who's that consumption for? Who is that article intended for? It was intended for suckers, wasn't it? That's what it's intended for. And they most certainly aren't going to tell you they want to run it hot, do they? They're not going to front page that and run it every day for the next fucking 2 months. People would freak the fuck out, right? You're already being told that everything is awful. You're in a recession. Everything is terrible. Just waiting for the market to crash, bro. All that shit you're being told. And in reality, you're in the wrong end of all of those decisions. Does that make sense? So this is the inflation thing and the mean inflation thing and all that other crap that they're trying to tell you. Be careful of that stuff because I know I'm just like a streamer out here talking to you and stuff. I'm not the Wall Street Journal. I'm not Bloomberg. But I can't tell you how many times in the show I've told you these things and then they happen. They don't happen like a year later or 3 years later or 5 years later. I walk you through as they're happening before they happen. This isn't like fucking this guy down here telling you it's going to crash and he's eventually right 10 years later or something like that. You should be aware of where we actually are versus the spin that they're spinning. And you can see it in that regurgitation in that last article. There were 2 people in there, 2. And they came right out when that article was written on Sunday. And they were like, so you know that what are they doing? They're regurgitating. They're regurgitating shit from socials. You know, the first shit comes out from Wall Street Journal, and then that shit gets spun even worse on socials. And then you're consuming it, and then you're like, hey, everything is this and everything is that. And, you know, none of this matters. And the truth is that it does. The truth is you're going to get a rate hike. The truth is that we are going to run this up. We're going to run this up in June. We're going to run this up in July. We're going to rent to the moon. And there are other things they're telling you, like everything's going to be fine. You know, you don't have to worry about this and worry about that. And everything, you know, everything is hunky-dory and normal. It's not. And I don't mind it. To be honest with you, I don't mind the inflationary trade, but you should definitely be aware that we are in the expansion phase of this. Oh, yeah, look at that. Is that not near perfect right there? Is that not near fucking perfect? Tell me, is that not near perfect? It's kind of perfect, right? Is that kind of perfect right there? You must hate watching me draw this shit out for you guys, and then it's correct. Check that shit out right there. Coming up now into 11 a.m. with a high. Nice little squeeze right there. Let's see if these sellers can come in here and take this shit down at 12:30. Do you guys understand what I'm saying to you, at least? They're lying to you. If you're in the bottom half of the economy, not bottom half, but the bottom shape of the K-shaped, do anything that you can. Every little thing that you can to prepare for this cycle. It's going to be gnarly. And then when they try to knock it down in the fall, that's a whole nother thing. Past Fed chairs have admitted in autobiographies that they don't know if they can actually stop it. They can blunt it, but they can't. They've always said, we just try to like time it, like cyclical inflation, and they try to react to it, try to blunt it, up and down. They'll try to support it on the way lower when inflation gets too low, creates stagflation, or where we come into some kind of recessionary environment where people can't afford things anymore. And so I just want you to realize that this is happening whether you like it or not. And there ain't shit that they're doing to stop it. Not a goddamn thing. And you have to be prepared for that. And I think even if you aren't in the bottom 15%, if you're in the middle, if you're like, 16 to, let's say, 65% of the population, somewhere in there, 50 to 65, you're going to feel this too. So you have to outrun it as well. You have to do the same things. Like you have to start looking for better work or ask your job for a raise, tighten the belt where you can, and you can even repackage mortgages if you need to. You can, a whole bunch of stuff you can do. You can actually rent your house out right now and rent another house and more than likely come out on top, I believe, if you're in the middle. Because rents are going up even for homeowners. Or the cost, like it would be rent, is going up for homeowners too. But at any rate, I just want you to be aware of where we actually are versus what they're trying to tell you in public. They want to run it hot. That's what they're going to do. And so that post that I made for you on Saturday is real, and that will happen. We will break above that, and we will hit the 2021 type style, ramp-o-rama in the markets. And there are smarter people that are aware of this with money, and they're not going to tell you, is the other side of this. Like the old people don't tell you things. I'm telling you, this is what they're thinking about right now. Even though they're not going to tell you how to escape it, right? Pull up your bootstrings, put down that avocado toast. They're already aware of this stuff. That's why they're max long right now in the marketplace. It's why you see calls being rolled higher. It's why you see, hey, the whole market's all in. You guys are reading articles like that, right? What do I have here? I got this big story here from, we got a story right here. Everybody's all in. Yeah, everybody's all in because they know inflation's coming. And nothing that, skew is broken. Goldman Valdez says there's no fear of downside left. There shouldn't be. You shouldn't have any fear of that. And any pullbacks should be bought. whole market should be piling in like a big fucking elephant to outrun this inflation. So yeah, there shouldn't be any fear of downside left tail. There should be none, not until fall. And maybe you as a retailer are learning and disseminating that information earlier than we ever have in the past. Squeezing higher now, trying to take out this high right here at 758.49 and 758. See if we can smash these guys out of here into 1230. Henry Rollins. It's too far away right now. When I have it closer, it looks just like him. I'll bring it closer. It does kind of look like Henry Rollins over. He's got I'll try to bring it closer. When I do the nighttime show, you'll see it closer. And it looks just like him up close. It's a little too far away right now. It used to look really nice. Yeah, that's him. That's Mike Barry back there. That's Barry and Tom Lee. I got another one that's being painted. It still isn't finished. My oldest daughter is painting me. Who the fuck is she painting me? God damn it. What's his name? Dan Ives. I have a Dan Ives painting too. It's just not here yet. It's almost done. It's a bigger piece. As soon as Dan Ives gets on the wall, we'll send it to him. These are all real paintings too. These are all painted by my kids. As a homeowner, you're so well off. Yeah, me too. I think homeowners would really need the bigger question here is what, right? Do we fail this or not? This is going to be a big, big thing. This could lead to the demise for the next 2 days or so. So let's see how this plays out here into 12:30. Let's watch this closely. That over there. So just be aware of this stuff. It's not anything that's like with like the inflation thing. It's not like it's a haha gotcha moment. It's that you want to know that the article on Sunday is the plan from the Fed to run it hot, and Timorous is a Fed mouthpiece. So I'm not shocked to see that article over the weekend that they're going to run it hot. And that's what I think is going to happen. They're going to run it hot for the spring and summer. I think that article was confirmation of that. And I think that you should look at that like Fed mean thing as bullshit. Utter fucking bullshit used to run the market hot. So that would be the nail in the coffin as to whether we're going to run it hot or not. We also looked at SPX Gamma for today, so you guys kind of have a fair understanding of that. The last two that we're going to look at today is SPCE, and SPCX. We're going to look at both of those. Tell you 1 second, I got to set that up. We'll look at SPCE and SPCX. And whether this is the kickoff to that or not, I am assuming here that not the kickoff to that, the kickoff to that, and the kickoff to the late stage IPO, late stage or bubble IPO thing, and we're gonna look at Amazon back in time, and maybe some other IPOs from that same time period, and just see what the market did when these companies IPO'd. And you want to bet yourself, you've got to bet yourself here that all of this build out for AI, these guys keep it simple. These guys I've heard people say the top of the market will be when OpenAI IPOs. And I'm always like, where did they why do they think that? Like, where does that commentary come from? Is that an uneducated commentary? Is it some kind of like insight? Is there any history that could make that correct? And there isn't. The history is not that. The history is that when we're in the internet bubble, Amazon refused to IPO. I was alive then. I remember when they started out as a bookstore, and I was still using them when they became something more than a bookstore. And rather than IPO early, Bezos delayed, and he did what he needed to do to IPO. And he was one of the chosen companies, wasn't he? He was one of the internet build-out companies that made it after the bubble burst, and they survived. And so if you were going to lay out a path for this new internet build-out, AI, machine learning, robotics, quantum, all that shit, you would take a page probably from the internet build-out, right? And why do we have so many of these companies late IPOing? More than likely, they're all trying to ride the coattails of Amazon. They all want to be Amazon. SpaceX, Anthropic, OpenAI, and a host of others. There's at least another 3 or 5 that have delayed IPOs, and they're likely using that as the benchmark, right? We can late IPO, and then we'll catch the tail end of the bubble, and we'll pay off all of our people that are on the bottom, right? The original people that bought the IPO, they're all going to get paid, right? Or that's what I'm going to bet on, right? They all get paid. Who holds the bag on that, right? People that can't sell out per their contract, can't sell it for 6 months, but I'll give you a cheap price. They might get fucked or whatever, but the public can get sucked up in this too. But when you look back on that original IPO, we didn't sell Amazon. We accumulated it slowly over a couple months. Some other IPOs came into market, and then we started ramping the entire market together. And so I think that's the idea here with SpaceX, right? SpaceX is like, I want to jump on that train. They went to court with OpenAI. And so you figure that there's this pole positioning for this final ramp in the bubble. So the second part, the middle part of today, we're going to look at between 12:30 and 4. We're going to look at SPCE, which is Galactic SpaceX IPO. Not IPO. It's not really an IPO, but the thesis here is that we'll run up SPCE until the IPO, and then they'll dump it, and they'll rotate into SpaceX. And there's a whip in the market right now trying to whip all those public IPO investor class into supporting SpaceX once it does actually IPO. So that's what I think that this operation was this weekend, right? When you're looking at the operation on Wall Street Bets, it's like I look at the emails being sent, I look at the pitch that's being given for a SpaceX, and so what you're trying to do, if it was me, is I would be whipping up this investor class, right? Here, jump into this one. We'll ramp this one. Jump into that one. We'll ramp that one. And then once the SpaceX IPO comes into play, everybody knows where to rotate into, right? Make sense? You say whipping that class into play. And I think we're in the early innings of that. That starts with SpaceX, SPCE, SpaceX, and then it should evolve into these other IPOs as summer and fall continues, and you see them finally come to market. And then we should make that big, huge what? Shouldn't be the top of the market, should it? We should ramp, right? And we'll look at some of that data from the 90s, the rotations at the end of the 90s, and then how all these companies started to go up together at some point. Excuse me for doing that just then. I got to get some water inside of me. Let's see if these sellers come back in right now. See if they can beat this thing down as submission into Wednesday. Now, be careful up here in this yellow one. You know, I shouldn't have to tell you this, but as we come up here, they're going to try to beat this thing down to the depths of hell. Just be careful on this rip here. Give me a few seconds. I'm going to line up some of this stuff here. In a second, I'm just going to work out for SPCE, I should just call it. We should just do it together. Here, we'll do it together as we attempt to roll here. All right, 1 second here. And there's the first shot. Remember, you don't short this yet. We're not under the 1 in 5 minute trigger yet. While this is working right now, what we're going to do is we're going to look at the SPCE, Virgin Galactic. You can see this nice IPO sent to the depths of hell, right? Whew. This is being used as the base case, right? IPO, Ramporama. This looks a lot like Amazon, believe it or not. I'll show it to you, the price action for Amazon. And then we're going to come down here. It was taken to the woodshed, right? Depths of hell. No more deeper it needs to go. We've kind of hit a bottom here. You can kind of see that. We want to look at this on a daily basis. for Velo. And you can see this is nice and pumping up here. We still have a little bit more room up here. You can see this. There's good accumulation on a monthly basis here. This is outstanding. On a weekly basis, this is good accumulation. Still a little bit more room to run to the upside on a weekly basis. On a daily basis, we're on a high right here. You're looking for a pullback right now on a daily basis. See that? But it doesn't mean it can't go down and come straight back up again. So we are a little long in the tooth. On a 30-minute basis, we're bearish on the 30-minute. Kind of bearish on the hourly here, but let's snap a line here and see if this will help at all. Let's also look at this one right here. Let's see what happened down here. This is a little long in the tooth right here too. But other than a pullback, it should be bought. It should be bought, and it's weekly for sure. Let's see what happened here. Put in a major low here, started ramping thereafter. Another big ramp right here. And they're saying that this weekly will be held down here. Daily and weekly will be held. So you're buying this no matter what. Let's look back over here. We hit this target right here. This is your first leg right here. This is one. You could theoretically, they trying to call this one right here. So failed this one, take this one out. See how they tick that one. So this is all one move right here. And then there's a beautiful gap. Assuming the target is right here. There's another one right there. Let me just check this on a 1 hour or 4 hour. Over there. Tried to escape this one right here, and they were told no. This is a big line right here. See this one right here? This is a big rejection. You see that? It's going to be a big point of contention, this $30. This makes sense. This is coming down. These guys are saying you're not going any higher than this monthly here. Let's go back to a month. And you've got being told no right here. We only needed those 3 green lines for one reason only. I'll explain this here in a minute. This right here, you do not want to go any lower than this. or you'll be sweeping other lows. I'll show them to you here in a minute. Your weekly is here, but you don't have to worry about it just yet. Not unless you trade under 530. You don't need to worry about this. This is your real support, though. So your real support right now is $3.20. I want you to know that. That's your real support. This is where your real demand is right here. And it's good demand. It's being accumulated on a weekly basis, so that is good. Being accumulated on a monthly basis, so it's right down in here and right here. 528, 318, and this could actually ride up and hold. This weekly trigger could come up here and hold price in. This is your daily. This is your daily. This is Friday and Thursday. So you are looking for this to come down. At least to right here before going higher. Although you can go down here. Wham, wham, wham. Let's go to a 4-hour. So you're kind of buying all this right here. You can see they already bought this one right here. This one right here, buy this one, this one. They'll buy all this. Not that's going to matter. On a 1-hour basis, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, right in here. Accumulate, 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 accumulate. Come up on Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. This is the actual $10 up here. This is the SpaceX IPO, I believe. Could start trading earlier, but I think, what is it? What's over here? Here, right about there. Up, 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 12. And then it dumps, right? 18th. And there we're closed on this date for Juneteenth. UpX, Vixpiration, and then Crankorama. Something like that. Slam this up, dump it. There's your W right there. 1, 2, 3. There's 12 and a half. Now remember, this is going to be worst case scenario. Trying to give you like the, the ugly. I think you're going to blast up there and hit that fucking thing right there. Smash, smash, smash. About there. Yep, right there. It's right there. That's what I got for space. One, 2, 3, 4, 5. See it? 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. And this 5 one, I don't know how that goes. This is basically the A right here. And then you smash it. 14, and then this one right here. This I'm going to give you the low end on this, but you could theoretically trade the full 24. Price target 1780.79. There's a bunch of traffic in here. They're going to tease this on you. But they're going to be sellers at 20. Knock this shit down. You'll be fighting all of this trying to. There's your 22 and a half. This is fall in here. And then another big push higher. Once you get that 22 and a half, should trade into the end of the year $50 or higher. So if you want, we can track this. We're going to track this together. This could just be grinding into Tuesday, Wednesday. If we grind over here up, they try to shank us down into Wednesday for some kind of bloodbath at 411. And then up. So bullish in here. I think all this holds. It's just a matter of clearing out some of these early buyers. And then start smashing to the upside. It's either going to be price or time. So by Wednesday close, look for a turn higher. And then just grinding bullshit in here. Next price target, $10. I don't know if they'll give you 10 fit. They might give you 10. This could be like smash 10, then like drag it out to get that 1050, 1250. Come back down again. And then we start working on the rest of it. It's an end of week. You can see that hourly is already coming up right there. Just gonna see if they're gonna smash this fucking thing down into Wednesday. Other than that, up. Price target $10, 10.50 maybe, and then maybe 12.50 on a spike, and then after we start hitting the 14s, 17s, potentially $24 up there. Let's go back to the main screen. Sellers already stepping in early. Trying to buy 12. You know, the 12:30 flows trying to sell us down into Wednesday close. Let's watch this closely. Do not short this. We might have to still put in the cash market high. You know the rules here, how we short these things. Cannot short this until we start the roll. Right here's your low, right here. Need to see price break underneath. Start shorting that over here. Not quite there yet. I will post the SPCX chart into the Discord. I posted it in the market chat for everybody. I know it's a big retail thing. Note that I have us going down. I just don't know from where. I think it potentially squeezes for a cash market high, which would equal the leg from the overnight high. So you don't get trapped in this in case they squeeze us up. We want to watch the progress to the roll. Take the short. Do not want to take the short yet. They could literally squeeze your balls like way up here. Right up here. Give me one quick second here, guys. I gotta go potty really quick. Ooh. Ooh. these fucking sellers, dude. They just don't fucking give up, do they? Like fucking in here, like big little rats in here. Look at them already in there trying to take the swipe at it. Fucking savages. Look at these guys. Oh God, look at that. Oh God, no. Smashing and bashing now. One minute trigger trying to roll over right now, trying to close the door on the buyers at 12:30. 1 minute trigger rolling over. Bears are over here salivating right now. Does a bear hear Chase screaming "Die, spy, die"? Is Chase, you out there right now? I wonder if Chase is out here hoping that the market crashes here. Let's do this one right here. Pop this one in. Leave that white. This one in right here. You kind of see this is turning red now. Trying to shut the door. There's a couple others up in here. I'm not showing them right now, but there's a couple right there. There's another one right here. If they're successful here, we're looking for a target of course, this one right here, 754, and then below that, we'd be looking for 750. This one right here, we want to break this into the close if possible. If the sellers can do this, we want to break this. We want to go down here, hit this one, then hit this one right here. If they can get it done. Be careful here of a roll to the downside. They're trying to close the door. I don't know if they're going to be successful here. Don't be like, hey, Cap, that's where we're going next, bro. This is where I'd be trying. I'd be trying for a new low in here. Trying to break or tech that low right there. And then I'd be trying for this one right here. This is what I'm trying for if I was a seller. And then you get your 130 push higher. 130 push higher and then close the door on them to the close. Watch out because puts are dirt cheap here. They're juicy. Jesus Christ. They're smashing the fuck out of this, huh? Remember, they're trying to take this one out right here. Do you see it? They're putting in the new low over here. See it right there? Do you see how they're taking these guys out? You see it? Hold on here. Show it to you right here. See these guys right here? See how they're underneath them right now? My God, I just made a bunch of fucking money on that. Shit ton. Oh yeah. I'm so fucking back. Let's see if we can sell. Oh my God, dude, puts are so fucking cheap right now. I took that trade, dudes. I didn't wait. I fucking took it. They need to get down right about. They've done their job here. They've done everything they need to do. They don't need to do anything else here. They've done everything they need to do here. They just check out that low right there. Now it's just a matter of grinding through these fucks over here and smashing their faces in over there. Oh yeah. Woo! It's a nice start to the week, huh? Just a warning, too. They took these guys out already. I remember, too, when they take these shots down below, they might not be successful. They've been failing at it. Remember that we don't have to go down that deep. We just need the process of the 2 days, 2 or 3 days down, and then to rip faces off. That's a good goddamn trade right there. It did all right. Maybe $500. $457.60 is what it made me. That's that downstroke right there. Now, can they close the door? Shut the fucking door, bros. Do not, if we trade this 456, they'll send it up to the all-time high again, equal legs. This is pretty good. It's a good start right here. For sellers, this is a good start. It's not great, but it's not bad. You can see it's tooth and nail, right? Like you can see right here, it's going to be they're going to be screaming about it. Like you just look right here; it's fairly easy to see, right? They're not going to give this up. Everything here will be supportive. It's going to be a fight. Like any low you can find, basically, you can see it right here, right? Look at these guys; like they fucking step right in, like it's nobody's business. Like they just don't give a fuck. You see it? Like that. This is I don't give a fuck. This bar right here. I'll buy anything. Any and every low. It ain't going to be easy to get it down there. Even if we can. I don't even know if we can. Like they'll be down there waiting. Let's look at it like this. There is a nice little 735. You see that down there? 7350. There are some targets down there. Oh, there's another one right here. There's one right here, too. 7500. These are all those 0 and 1 date things. The gamma that I showed you earlier. Let's open this up real quick. And they just don't fucking care. You see it? Buy. Ching. Buy all this. They don't care. 75, 77. They just don't give a fuck. Oh. I can't blame them either. I mean, you could buy right here, and no matter what this down is, it's still going to print huge into middle of the month. So, I mean, I can't blame them for buying here. I think it'll be an operation like this. Any pullbacks will get bought. I'm flat right now in puts. I'm going to try to get back in again over here. We'll look to see if they can stop this. We'll take another stab at it here in a minute if they can do something like this. Break that 1 minute. Take that bad boy right there. Can't take it, though, if we go up here. That's a no-go. We'll go long on that one. This shit's still looming up here. They take out all this stuff. They will squeeze balls up in here if they can. You need to put in like a set, and they get this thing over here, second low up here, bullshit. Even if it's just a matter of coming up here. I made money on puts today. I would rather have the big money, though. Puts are dirt cheap right now. Do you guys see that? Like I just had puts that were, what did I have? I had 755 Ps. They were like trading like 20 cents or something. I closed them much higher than that, almost 100% trade. More puts. Let's look at 755s. Look at how cheap they are again. They're back down to 30 cents right now. Fucking delta's that. Fucking 0.23 delta, 31 cents on a 755. Oof. So juicy. It's the perfect price. We'll have to load those again. I haven't bought them yet, but they're so fucking cheap. If we hammer down below 755 today, I don't think we're gonna, but if we do, if they can get us down here, they're gonna print like $1 or something, 90 cents or something stupid. We just want to see a failure of this white line. If we can see a failure of this white line, new low, we'll take the trade again. Somewhere up here. There's this one right here. Don't short this. Don't touch it. Just kind of hang out. Don't do a goddamn thing. Puts are fucking dirt cheap right now. They can't be not looked at. They're paying better than calls on the downstrokes right now. You don't have a lot of time, Bears. Gotta move on. You got an hour and a half, bros. You got an hour. I'll give you an hour, maybe 2. If they can't get this done in the next hour, we're going to run it up for another day. It's Tuesday. They have only a few minutes here. This'll fit. We'll know in a few minutes if they're going to be successful or not. If they are, we can run this down into like end of day maybe. Then ramp it back up for the open tomorrow for another high. But if they can't get this done now, what we could do is ramp this into tomorrow open. We're going to watch this really quick, give these sellers a chance. Just watch that closely there. Still haven't gotten the high tick yet. They took this one out. That's good. They got to take this one out, though. They've taken this one out, too. This is good for buyers, but hold on here. A buyer needs to take out, I think it's 756.95 or something like that. It's close to that. They got to take out. I think they got to take this one out, to be honest. That one. That's the one that I want to see taken out. They get it? Looks like they got it here. It's to a pin. Let's see what happens here. Don't short this at all. It's now on them to buy this and send it higher. We can take a call here. That's taken out now. This is wide open to go up. Just need to see the back test in here. I want to short the fuck out of that. I want puts right here pretty badly, but I gotta wait. If they back test this okay and put another high in, it's gonna be calls. And they're already back testing it now pretty successfully. So in a minute here. Just want to watch this one right here. And they could fuck a bear in here. They can go bring it all the way down here and then get their second high and then ramp it. Can't be short here. I want to be short, but I can't be. What I need to see is this immediately fail and then come up here and sell it. This is what they're trying to do here. Trying to ramp this fucker up into here. Don't do anything. Just be patient here. Should be no trade on. No ups, no downs. It's a neutral. We're new. I wish I had something I could say. We're neutral. We're bearish. We're selling. We're buying. And then, like, don't do anything. Don't put a trade on. I was trying to, for the mind of me, I was trying to figure out why they, why Wall Street Journal wrote that video. I couldn't for the life of me figure it out. I was like, where? I was like, why are they run this? And then once I figured it out, I was like, oh God, they're just trying to. They're trying to find anything to justify the inflation and muddy the waters and then have social media do the rest.
Al Arabia on X, citing the Pakistan foreign minister, says Iran has requested the continuation of mediation to de-escalate the current situation and support the ceasefire. So again, that's coming from Al Arabia on X, citing Pakistan's foreign ministry.
That's interesting. 759s are like 13, 14, 15 cents right now. Even cheaper than puts. See if we get a squeeze for liquidity up top. There's some bullish news coming across the wire at the moment. Pakistan Foreign Ministry is saying that Iran requested continuation of mediation to de-escalate the current situation and support a ceasefire. There's a little, let's watch this one right here. Watch that white one right there.
Sky News array.
This is where the anger is for the bear right here.
It's currently taking place between Israel's PM Netanyahu and Trump.
Rewind this here or reset this, see if we can get a better noise. This is where the pain is for sellers. That white line. We haven't hit it yet. Squeezing above that white line too. I think it's right where that one is right there. Bear sell stops are right there. I think it's right there. It's like right about there. Shot for some howling on high. They're going to try to take your stops. What's the target up there? 757.68. 758.18, 758.48.
Lebanese Parliament presidency. It says Berry confirmed that he guarantees.
Hold on, I gotta look at something here.
To the ceasefire if Israel complies.
I gotta measure something over here. We've already hit the first 0-day target at 750. We have one more target here at 7599.04 on SPX. One more upside target. I'm trying to hold us into this target here. This is SPX 7590. Right where we are. They're trying to hold us in right here. Here, I'll show it to you above. You can just see right here. They're trying to stop us from this one right here. See it right there. Smash, smash, and then the roll. There's going to be a lot of raging, pissed off here. The next level is right here. So if we were to hit the second one date, it's right here. If we squeeze, it should be about somewhere in here. They're going to try to pin us in, though. They don't want this going any higher from right where it is. If you're a bear, this is top, right where we are. I think they're gonna rip it on your face, and then they'll roll it. I think they're gonna rip it to hit the equal leg and cash market on 7599. Literally, I think it's literally 7599. I don't think it's because we're not going down. I think it's because they just don't want to pay you. I think they want to put the high end in cash market, not in pre-market. Same bullshit. Trying to push higher now to put in the weekly high in cash market. I don't know if they'll be successful or not, but if it is, it's somewhere up here. 759 and some change. This is bear rage right here. And they haven't given this up, have they? Nope, they haven't given that up either. Bulls haven't given that up yet. So you kind of need to you need to start sending this. My fear is that they ramp this shit up here, like right about there, and then there's where your real sell is right there. No guarantees in it though. We start rolling this now, we'll start chasing it. Nothing to do here, just relax. The only thing we're scared of is a squeeze, but the way is lower. Just from where? Come on, get back under. And just in a matter of finding out if we're going to squeeze and then roll, or if we start rolling here. Be afraid of the squeeze. Every time we go down, the buyers are there. You can see they already bought it. You have to beat it out of these buyers, and I don't think you're gonna. I don't think you can beat it out of the buyers until middle of July. I think early July we can start like making real progress, but I think they're going to be there to buy every low. It's going to be a miserable experience for bears, I think. I think like every fucking low they're going to be buying, then it's going to squeeze. And eventually the seller will give up. And buyers trying to put in equal legs on the pre-market high right now. There's a bull right here that just wants out up here. Hopefully that would be the roll trigger.
So Israeli CAN news confirming that Trump and Israel's PM Netanyahu are speaking now.
Just a note that Trump and Netanyahu are speaking. We could be up here all day, boys. If that was the low, if this was the low down here, and, you know, they didn't get as deep as they wanted to get down here, did they? You need to be underneath this on this morning. Same bullshit. Buyers. We could end up putting in this high up here, equal leg by end of day. Then they'll take another shot at it tomorrow. And if they can't get it done by Wednesday, you know what happens, right? We ramp, bros. Ramp into the end of the week. Now taking out the sell stops on sellers. So you can see where that is over there. Squeezing higher. They're angry now. You see how angry they are?
Israeli Channel 12, Hezbollah told Trump that it would consent to a ceasefire. So again, similar to what we heard earlier now, but this is coming from Israel's Channel 12. Hezbollah.
Israel's saying they're open to a ceasefire. That's new. Pumping with a target of 758 flat. Closing a gap.
Who cited a Lebanese official who told the US that Hezbollah was ready for a full ceasefire with Israel. Now it is hearing this again from Israel's Channel 12.
Lots of positive news hitting the wire right now.
So Israel's Channel 12 citing Hezbollah, saying that the consent would be without precondition.
God damn. Dude, I am cleaning up on this fucking shit. Now watch where these sellers are up here. They're here and here. They're also right here. See the red line? I'll bring this down right here. Put one right here. You know what sucks here too is if they put this one in up here. See this one right here? We could grind for like till open tomorrow. So like if they put this high in up here, smash that one, smash this one, and then just grind literally. It's gonna suck. Target 758.94. Let's put this over here. They couldn't get it done. Couldn't get it done. Can't get it done. You can see the failure in here. Failure. That wasn't the failure. It was this right here. This was the failure of the back test. 1, 2, rip your face off. First target hit. Now trying for second target right here. Close the gap right here. A little bit more gap closure. Taking all your stops. Do sellers step back in and try to sell this right here is the big question, right? I think they're going to be waiting. If you're going to try to sell this, you better have like a Wednesday expiry. And you better be in the money at the closing bell.
So IRN.
And I would not be putting in anything lower. Like I would be like, if you're going to try to sell this for Wednesday, make sure that you're, like 759p. 758, 757, something like that, just in case because what you could see is a return down here on Wednesday and it's like 756. We haven't given shit up. They just stand there, give me more, give me more, give me more, and you're not getting the low that you're looking for. Remember that every turn the buyer will be there. Just watch this unfold here into 130. It's going up, if you don't know. And then we could drag ass around here, end of the day, 2:30, 3 p.m. or something like that. I'll be right back. Give me like 5 minutes.
So Israelis Can News says in Israel, preparations have been underway since the morning to attack Dahi district in Beirut, following explicit statements from Netanyahu and their defense minister Katz. But in the recent hours, due to American intervention, the attack was postponed. So again, that was coming from Can News.
Ukraine's Budov says Ukraine is ready to accept frontline status quo with Russia. Also says Ukraine won't give up Donbass to Russia. Also, Budanov says the Ukraine seeks to reach ceasefire by September. Iran's foreign ministry says the US bears the direct responsibility for violations of the ceasefire with Iran and ceasefire violations committed by Israel in Lebanon. Trump, speaking to CNBC, says, "I don't care if peace talks with Iran are over. And I'm asking Netanyahu what's going on." Trump to CNBC says, "I'm not worried about oil prices." Trump says that I will ask Netanyahu what's going on with Lebanon. Trump says, "I'm not worried about oil prices if Iran blocks the Strait of Hormuz." This had a bit of detail from the CNBC interview. Trump reiterating what he said in the past before, that oil is going to drop like a rock in the near distance. Iran's oil minister says significant progress in reconstruction of energy facilities and promises for a quick return to production cycle. So Iran's oil minister being cited by IRNA.
Let me ask maybe the audience can help me. Anybody here? Maybe I should talk to David AMS.
Jet fuel imports.
David AMS might be able to answer this question for me. Anybody know? I gotta ask David AMS this question. Anybody here live in Europe? Anybody here living in Europe? Is travel in Sweden easy? Like just like flying to like Trondheim or something in Norway to get to Sweden? Or should I like fly into Oslo? Norway's pretty close and cheaper. Where's this other one here? Stockholm's cheap too, I guess. Anybody know anything about the airports at Trondheim, Stockholm, and Oslo? Anybody here spend a lot of time in the in the Nordic states? I do. Oh yeah, get a drink, Nitro Nerd. If you're gonna head to Scandinavia, is it like easier to fly into like how's travel? How's travel between Norway and Sweden? It'll be a pain in the ass with visas or no? I'm trying to go to Sweden. We've got I used to live in Utah for a long, well, not just Utah, other places, but we've got family friends that are like famous skiers and shit. And I got to go there for a graduation. And I don't know what's the best place to fly into. Anyone here from the Scandinavian countries? I know David AMS likes to think he's from a Scandinavian country. He's right on the border of where the fascists live. Well, I was thinking of going to Amsterdam and then driving up there and seeing David, but I don't know if that's too far or not. It's kind of a pain in the ass going to Amsterdam up to the middle of Sweden. Yeah, that's what I was thinking Sunday was fly into Denmark, into Amsterdam, and then maybe renting a car or something, taking a train up there. It's a little bit more pricey that I go to Amsterdam. It's because it's touristy with Americans. I was looking at it just now, and the flights are slightly better. Where's Stockholm? Trondheim, though, is closer. If I go east across Sweden, I don't have to worry about driving through Norway. Let's see if they pump this one more time. Anyone out there? Nobody's Scandinavian here? All right, I'll ask David. I'll ask him right now. Let me see. David. Where's David? Hold on here. Trondheim. Oslo. Yeah, Trondheim, Oslo, and where else? Oslo or Stockholm. Stockholm's pretty cheap too. In terms of middle of Sweden. All right, I'll get it from the horse's mouth. You know how this is going to go, right? It's going to go like, hey, come to fucking Amsterdam. We'll send you to all the gay bars. Send the wife and the kids to go have fun. All right, dude, I bought a ticket to the 250 thing for 4th of July, but they just refunded me. That was suggested last week for 4th of July, yeah? Go to the something 250 or whatever. I bought the ticket. They sold them on me. Oh, they canceled it? Wait a minute, fly to where? Schiphol or Copenhagen, then fly to Stockholm? Yeah, Norway is expensive, dudes. That's what I was saying. I don't want to fucking fly there. Schiphol or Stockholm? Is that like flying into Detroit? Well, that was my other question. Was it just easier to like fly to the destination and then not spending the bullshit? Sometimes there's like you try to save a buck, and by the time you're done with time and cost, like one of the things I always hated about traveling with my kids across the country, it's like you always, like, there was a moment where it switched. Like when they were really young, I could drive, save a bunch of money, not have to hit every stop along the way. And then there came a moment where there was diminishing returns. Like the kids wanted to stop at every fucking stop. They wanted to spend the night in a hotel room driving. And then by the time I stacked up all the money, the aggro and the time wastage, it was like, fuck it, we're flying. There was even a moment I remember where it wasn't worth driving and it wasn't worth flying, and we started doing more vacationing close by. We're now like in this place where my kids should all graduate and leave me alone. You see that? Take a shot at it right here. Take another bomber at it right now. This should continue into Wednesday. The question becomes, how deep does it go? We'll sit here and drag asses for a couple days. And this is still good to go up right now, believe it or not. We can just pound this, and then eventually unclench to the downside. Look at some Wednesday puts here. Trade options. Today, tomorrow, Wednesday the 3rd. Well, those are much juicier. No, those are calls. Hold on. These aren't too bad. What do we have for a target down below? It's not that deep. Hold on here. Down in the 40s, 50s. 47 would be the deepest. Somewhere here would be the deepest it would go. Probably targeting 54 to print 51. Let's see what those are worth. 54 to print 51 on Wednesday. You figure if we can catch this high, if we can catch a high right here, you're like trying to pick up either 54 or 51 for print on Wednesday to the downside. Right now, 54s are $1.49, too rich for my blood. 51s are 91 cents. They're holding their value. I think we should rip their faces off and then get them. So let's look for a high today. Today, tomorrow, somewhere around 758. I'll give you a pin strike. 758.94. And then we'll start looking at some Wednesday puts. So keep those in the back burner in your head. I was looking at some puts for end of day down here, but they were dirt cheap, 20 cents, 30 cents. We made this low, though we came back up here, and we should have stopped like right here. That's where we should have stopped. Started rolling over. We didn't roll over to take the next trade, so we waited. Squeeze up, right? Squeeze up. So now we'll see if we can come out here and just hammer in this weekly high on Monday before the end of the day. Target up above 758.94. You could even theoretically say it's 760, maybe even 762 to get the roll started, but I don't think we're going to get there. Low probability that we get there to do that. So all we'll do right now is focus on this one to the upside. And then we'll take a look back to see what Wednesday puts cost while we're up there and see if they can be cheap. The other problem, too, is we could bounce around up here for like a day and a half. You know, it could be like fucking around on Tuesday, and then we don't actually start rolling until Wednesday. It could be miserable. We could just sit here for like two days. As the Bears hand ring and they try to sell down, and then the window leaves, and we get to ramp the fuck out of this into the weekend to the upside. Or at least Friday start ramping it up into the 12th or whatever. But you got to give these guys a chance. I hate doing this. We stall the market, and I'm like, the bears are going to come in and try to sell us down to the depths of hell. But they're going to try the same thing up here, too. We're going to put the weekly high in for last week, and then we held Friday, so that's good. So we'll give them another shot up here to sell again, and maybe they get the Thursday low on Friday close, Wednesday, Friday close, something like that. And once they're done with their hand wringing, we can start to go up again and to the right. What else do we have here? Trump to CNBC. Trump said a couple things to CNBC today. I don't care if peace talks with Iran are over. Asking Netanyahu what's going on. Not worried about oil prices. We'll ask Netanyahu what's going on with Lebanon. Not worried about oil prices if Iran blocks the Strait of Hormuz. Oil to drop like a rock in the near distance. I agree with that statement. I look at like the Strait of Hormuz like I got banned from a subreddit for saying this once, but I look at the Strait of Hormuz, and that's the other funny thing. They came up yesterday with a way to pay reconstruction of Iran. I told you they would do that. They have come up with that, proposed it. Like if you have the charging for the Strait of Hormuz is corruption. Not only that, it's breaking international law, so it's not going to fly. Now, can they reconstruct that country? Yes. But you figure that the tolls for the Strait of Hormuz is open corruption from Iran, and you're never going to ever get away with that with Trump around. He'll want his hand in that corruption. And they'll repackage it so that it's not breaking international law. But how I look at this whole Strait thing is more like, I always look at it like it's horrible to say it like this, but it's kind of like you go to a protest. You're a young kid. You go to a protest. You're like, I don't like this. So you go to the protest, you show up. Everything is like easy, right? There's no riots. There's very low police presence. And you're protesting and the day grows on. The night comes around. People start fucking around, right? Police increase their presence quietly in the background. And then you're at that protest, and whether it's legal or not doesn't matter. When you're at that protest, at some point the police pull out the bullhorn and they say, you have to disperse. This is turning into a riot now or whatever. And you're like, this isn't a riot. And we are assembled peacefully. And as a young person, you think, I'll be fine. And they can't do this to me. That's my famous one, right? They can't do this to me. And then all of a sudden, the riot police come in and they break it all up and it's a disaster and you're getting sprayed with mace in the face and maybe you get arrested or you get hurt or something. And you scream the entire way saying, this can't happen. You understand? But you are actually Iran. And what happens is the vice is closing. So it's either the easy way or the hard way. And there was something that this weekend that Iran said they would never do or never give up or something. And I was like, you're going to give it up one way or another. You're either going to do it willingly, everybody makes money and power and whatever, or they're going to rip it out of your fucking hands and just take it from you. And it sucks to say that, but that's probably where Trump is coming from in that interviews. I'm trying to relate this from the perspective of listening to Trump say, oil is going to drop like a rock one way or another. He means that because he's saying either Iran's going to be a part of that or they're not going to be a part of that. And that's where you own Iran, basically. So you're either going to own it, you're going to own the Strait, you're going to turn it into a Casablanca. You could even get some partners involved. Like that can't happen. Sure it can. You get other partner nations involved. You even have some kind of, like some kind of like oversight from even China, even if it's not quite public. But you end up having like this neutral place, and you have other countries from around Iran kind of take over Iran. That's how it happens. Your neighbors sell you out, basically. I know you don't want to say that or believe that's true. I know you're like gonna kick and scream and yell about it. That can't happen, but that's how it happens. So I think that's where Trump's coming from with the oil is going to drop like a rock. Either Iran's going to be a part of that process, or you'll see intervention from whoever that coalition is. You know, the UAE and Saudi Arabia, Israel, all these, Pakistan, some others. India probably wants a piece of it too. And all of a sudden now you have a coalition of nations telling you what you're going to do, whether you want to or not. So anyways, from Trump this morning on CNBC is trying to tell you that basically one way or another this is going to happen. I am in agreement with that. I don't think that Iran has any hope. It reminds me of so much of Iraq and Saddam Hussein. I was there. And I'll tell you what, when they made the argument then, I'll tell you exactly what the argument was. Iraq is the fourth largest army in the world. That was all that was known then. Iraq is the fourth largest army in the world, behind Russia, China, and the U.S. Well, U.S., China, Russia, and then came Iraq. Do you know what was said then, too? The same shit. Iran's not, or now they're saying Iran's not Iraq, right? Well, I'll tell you what. At that time, Iraq was the fourth largest army in the world. They said, you know, that you can't take Iraq. There's no way possible. And at that time, they said you can't take Iraq because it's not Iran. They were saying that it was because it was the political power there is familial, generational, and they would scatter up into broken up groups, and we would not be able to take Iraq. That's not what happened. We took it in 3 days. Even Saddam Hussein said, to the last minute, said the U.S. will not invade us. Meanwhile, we built a coalition right off their fucking doorstep, just like it's happening right now. And I think it took, a week, 2 week, total. It took 3 weeks, but about 3 days in real combat. 3 fucking days, it was done. And then we just blasted through that country, and it folded like a cheap suit. And I think in this situation, it's very similar, where you have someone that's young or someone that's you have someone, a stew of people that either are young, regurgitating Iranian propaganda, and propaganda from probably corporations that want to make money, and also nation states that wants to. Oh, there we go. Woo, yeah, baby! You guys making money right now? You see it?
Just keep an eye on the markets here. You
see it?
Trump commenting on Twitter.
Yeah, more money.
Says I had a
Ching!
call
Woohoo!
with Netanyahu of Israel, and
Slap that fucking ass, baby! Slap that ass to the upside.
So Trump says had productive call with Netanyahu.
You guys getting paid? Take the money and run.
Going to Beirut, and any troops that are on their way have already turned back. Likewise, through highly placed representatives, had very good call with Hezbollah, and they agreed that all shooting will stop and that Israel will not attack them, and they will not attack Israel.
Trading into 758.94 price target on the day. Take the money and run. There are going to be people trying to sell this and trying to load up on puts for Wednesday. So when you look at like Iran, right? Iraq was very similar. When I was in the army, everyone warned that we weren't going to take Iraq, and we're in that same similar situation. What Americans tend not to realize is the scale of the reach of the United States and the disparity between the number one and the number two, and even the combination of the number two, number three, number four militaries combined. And if you look at like air forces and navies, the top two are who? The U.S., right? U.S. Navy and Air Force. And number three is the U.S. Army. I think they're like a tight number three for number four. Number three, number four. Then you combine those two and you add them up against the rest of the world's militaries. It's not even a contest. There's like nothing even close to that in the world. We have one more target up high here. Anybody loading puts here on these highs? Are they afraid we're going to start doing a roll higher and trade 768. I don't think so, but mark it as a joke. I understand that frustration. Anybody getting puts for Wednesday yet? I think I talked to him about before it even happened. Said to you, look for puts. I said the 754s should be cheaper. They're getting cheaper now. $751s lost 10 cents. Ooh, you know that hurt, right? You know the last guy's short from right here, right? Can't be any shorter than that, can you? I hear bear rage out here. I shorted that open. From where, bro? Where did you short it from? I shorted it from 800. What's your real name, dude? Mike Barry, bro. I just rolled him again. I was looking at cat this morning. I was looking at DIA shit. I was charting the whole market this morning. I was like, oh, I got to look at cat and a whole bunch of other DIA tickers. They were looking a little weak. $757. We should mark that as a high, shouldn't we? I think we should mark that as a high up there. We're in cash market. There might be one more. I think there's one more up here, but I don't want to mark it yet, but we're gonna. We'll start with that one there. I think it's going higher, but we'll mark that as the high for right now. 758, 76 in cash market. Spoos. I'm gonna read this next. They get a ghost print up there. Do you see that up there? They might have gotten a ghost print that's not showing. See that up there? See that big yellow? Well, it looks like they caught a ghost print up there. It's this one right here. Looks like they hit that. I don't think that printed on the actual thing on this chart. Depends on who you're getting your data from. I think we're still going up there a little bit more. There's our 2 right here. I've got the target as 758.95, but this R2 is at 759.82. This was our first price target, was right here. But this one right here could be juicy too. Just for the pain, just underneath this one.
Seeing Treasury's pair drop after Trump comments on Middle East.
Let me read some of this to you if you want me to. Maybe some of you probably don't want to hear this. Okay, that's what I'm doing wrong there. Hold on. Trump saying, let's go look at the high here. There's the upside target right there. I'm going to leave it just like this so we can take note of that upside, that way upside target's in like a light gray, light blue.
According to Iraqi security officials, second explosion hits cargo vessel in Gulf about 40 nautical miles southeast of Iraq's Qasir, causing fire. No casualties reported.
Two days puts. I need the 54s to come down a little bit more. $51s are getting cheap. They're 73 cents. They're almost there. Trump says, through highly placed representatives, I had a very good call with Hezbollah, and they agreed that all shooting will stop. Israel saying they're awaiting instructions. Trump going on Truth Social and saying had a very productive call with Prime Minister Netanyahu of Israel, and there will be no troops going to Beirut. And any troops that are on their way have already been turned back. Likewise, through highly placed representatives, I had a very good call with Hezbollah, and they agreed that all shooting will stop, that Israel will not attack them, and they will not attack Israel. President Donald J. Trump. All getting reactions here. Dixie down, SPX up, oil down. Israel is awaiting Trump's final approval for any operation in Beirut's southern suburbs. Two Israeli sources state. Just a note here, too, that there are some really aggressive sellers in here. Just be warned that there are people right here to sell on this 758.94. It would be huge to get above this. This is the look above that you're looking for. This is all FOMO, too. This whole zone is all FOMO, look above. When you're peeking your head above to say, hey, I'll be back.
Oil futures pair gains after Trump says Israel will not send troops to Beirut. Brent last up about 4.5%. WTI up around 5.2%.
We'll be back. Also note that tomorrow on one dates, we have another high of 7615 on one dates for tomorrow. That means higher than 760. SPX, new all-time high. Not on SPY, but on SPX, new all-time high right now.
According to Al Haddad citing Israeli officials
Woo!
to attack Beirut, but we
Ting!
from their current
Jackpot, price target
Again,
2.
So Trump says that talks are continuing at a rapid pace with Iran. Again,
Ring the fucking bell. Look how fast that was right there.
seeing some further movement towards the upside.
PT2 struck.
500 for the back of that Truth Social. WTI, a little bit of movement towards the downside. Nothing more. Dixie, tiny bit of movement towards the downside. Again, Trump on Truth Social says talks are continuing at a rapid pace with Iran.
Wang, 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 wang. Also note, one dates have been hit for tomorrow. Just now, we just hit one date target. 7615. We want to monitor if calls are being raised higher here. If calls are being raised to 7,600.
The index quickly jumping to session high, up about 0.5%.
That's right, it's up. Price target 2 hit.
Brent crude pairs back gains to trade near $95 a barrel. NASDAQ 100 extends gains to nearly 1%.
Smell that? Do you smell that, news squawker? Oh, yeah. Take all their stops. Oh, by the way, there's no way possible that anyone is short here because we just put in a new all-time high on SPY, baby. Your boy Mike Burry is now flat. And dude, puts are staying at bid right now. Even with that move higher, puts are at bid. These fuckers aren't giving none of this up. I'm trying to like load puts up here, and they're like they're not budging. 755s are now at $1.17. That were like $1. They were at like $1.20 for like the past whole move higher. They're just like remain bid right now for Wednesday. I love it. Buy more puts. Come on, dude. Look at these 751s or 63 cents, 755s. They're actually going up in value right now. This is where a bear can make money on puts even if the price is going higher. It doesn't matter if we go down or not. PT2 taken out. New all-time high on SPY. All the bulls need to do is backtest 7,500. They don't even need to do that, do they? 7,600 if they can go higher. We can backtest 76, hammer that out, and then start making our way higher. Remember, this is the weekend effect on a Monday. Puts are finally going down right now while we're turning red. They just lost a penny. See those two blue marks that are hidden up there? Still need to take those out. Not necessarily take them out, but fairly close. Just waiting to back test this white line down below. See if we can take this one out and then go up. Looking for something like this. At least find out if it's roll or not, or if it's up. We'll find out. Just wait and here's be cool. We're gonna wait and see if this holds. Take that one out right there. If it plunges underneath, start that roll. But I think it's up. No, not quite up. It's just more like grind into the close, and then you might get another chance to sell this on the open tomorrow. The same marked as a high. See if this is right. I don't think that it is. I think we're going to keep smashing over here. Where's VIX at? VIX 9-day. It looks like it wants to get buried. So be patient here if you're trying to jump in on this trade. If you've missed the last few trades, we tend to have when we do these rips, you have a tendency to come back down. And see, we get these squeezes, they rip them down. Big squeeze up here, rip it down. Big squeeze up here, rip it down. Big squeeze up here, rip it down, hopefully. And grab one more call up here. It's right in here. If they run away without us, we won't buy any calls. Also note that we're coming into VIX fuckery at 1:30 and 2 p.m. Remember, too, that I have on the larger frames us coming down here. See it right here? So you can see it. And this one right here. 2. This one right here. 2. Right here. 2. And this bad boy right here. 2. Put in the Monday high, right? And then, depending upon what happens over here, you know, if they can't get this down, we can bounce here, go up. We can go down here and up. Wednesday, 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 all in there. This is not a good sign right here. They weren't able to get the new low. See the no new low. When you can't get the new low, where do we go? We go all the way up. Check to see if there are real sellers up here. That's what we're doing right now. Checking to make sure where are the sellers. Need to know where they are. There's also risk of rolling higher to 7,700. This is where we could face dealers. We could force dealers to chase us, where we trade all the way up to 76.80, and then we roll. So don't get bared up yet. Pull that side back there. I got more stuff for you here. Initial assessment indicates second explosion on cargo vessel in Gulf about 40 nautical miles southeast of Iraq's Qasr with the result of a drone attack. So this looks like a small instigation group from Iraq. 10-year yield rises after Iran reportedly stops communication with U.S. U.S. is pushing for a real and comprehensive ceasefire with Hezbollah. Al-Hadath citing an Israeli official. We won't attack Beirut, but we won't withdraw our troops from their current position either. That's Al-Hadath citing an Israeli official. Trump on talks are continuing at a rapid pace with Iran, per Truth Social. Markets looking for that. Hey, we've got a deal. Trade again. Let's come into yeah, I don't think anything's changed in Outlook here. I don't see any changes in Outlook. None. This is a 1 minute here. We're still in the roll here. think I'm going to put some puts on here. I might put a hedge on right now. I think I'm going to put on the, I think I'm going to go cheap in case it doesn't happen. I think I want to do 751s for Wednesday. What are those? 58 cents. What about, can I get 50 cents or 48 cents? Just a heads up to you, I'm trying to fill a hedge right now for Wednesday. It's not a directional bet. Trying to put on 751 Ps for Wednesday. And I'll be honest with you, I don't know if the Bears can get it down that deep. We could sweep this low on Wednesday from the Monday low, and we don't go down at all. It's going to be pulling teeth for a couple days. If we flat correct this, we won't see 51. 54 will be where you see. You could pick like 55 if you wanted, 54. I'm going a little bit cheaper because I'm not committed to the trade. It's more like a hedge. It'll be grateful to have it if we blast down there on Wednesday and I get caught in a call or something. I'll be glad to have it. If I don't get caught to the downside, I'm going to make so much money in the call side that it ain't going to matter. It'll just be a cost of doing business. Let's watch this one right here. PT3 right here. Still viable. Still above the 1 minute trigger. Hoping I can catch a fill on puts over here. I got a stink bid on puts. SpaceX sets aside up to 5% of shares in IPO for certain employees and friends. In an updated IPO prospectus, SpaceX said that up to 5% of stock being offered by the company. Shocker. Color me shocked. This is not what you were offered on Schwab, I bet. SpaceX has received or reserved up to 5% of stock in its IPO for purchase by certain employees and persons. Elon's aerospace defense company is expected to go public this month. We reported aiming to raise $75 billion through its listing. Who do you think pays for that? You and I, bros. If we long SpaceX, we got to come up with $75 billion. And then we got to talk about how much money do we need to get that stonk correct, and then the what that stonk is expected to bring in for revs. Oh, you don't even want to hear what that argument is. I wrote it down. I did the math the other night. The billions needed for like a higher than 10 or 20 valuation. We know it is Elon. Valuations don't matter with Elon, but when I did napkin math on it the other day, and I was like, this company will never be profitable. Like never. Not that it matters much, but this 1 minute's coming up now. This is sufficing for see it 1, 2, and 3. This is a flat correction, not a sharp correction. So we can start going up here shortly. See what happens here if we continue higher. It's either going to blast straight down here, it's going to drive sideways and then start ripping. Expect another rip. Or expect another bullshit headline, I guess, as some of you would call it. Yeah, I want to know though, when can they sell? Uh uh Oh, they're trying to run on Anthropic's coattails too. SpaceX is leasing compute space to Anthropic. You should buy our stonk. That's going to end the moment that Anthropic goes public. I don't know which one's going to be the premier AI. I'm assuming it's OpenAI. I want it to be Anthropic, but if I had to think about the evil empire and who's going to actually make a profit, it's probably OpenAI. If I had to smack myself out of it to be more objective, I think it's going to be Anthropic, then OpenAI, then Anthropic, then potentially SpaceX. But I think SpaceX is the garbage pick. It's the more volatile pick of all of them. And there's a few others. There's like 2 or 3 others that need to IPO. We're going to spend the back half of today, or we stay later today maybe, and we can look at Amazon and a bunch of other companies as they IPO'd, and we'll start discussing this SpaceX thing more in depth. I mean, I do think that SpaceX can go up on the initial offering, but I think it's going to get shorted into the fucking ground. The first chance, the first next IPO. We'll put this one up here. I marked this as a bottom, but we're just going to move this over here. Or excuse me, a top, I mean. I don't think it's the top just yet, but it potentially is. We'll snap this white line right here, and we'll see if it is. We're just fighting this the whole way into tomorrow and Wednesday or not. I still have this target up here for end of day. I would love to see like every stop taken into the close today if possible. Make them fucking pay. Let's watch this closely for the next spike. Take all their stop shit again. Charles McGilligot's out there just unloading SPY shares from his own private account. He's like, somebody go in my office and grab my passcode. No, it's okay, Bob. I got it. I'll just dump my own shares. My own SPY holdings. Watch out for another squeeze for PT3 into the end of the day. That's why I've got it marked there. We should play this game all the way into the close. Watch that white line right there. If you are trying to get short here, that white line will signify if we're going to take your stops again right here. That one right there. One minute racing higher now. This is like a mini middle of the month here. Do you see it? Like the month of May. It's like a little mini version of this right now. Sellers can't get it down again. I'm going to rip their fucking faces off. Like by Wednesday. They'll rip us. We'll go vertical into middle of June. If they can't get us any lower. June's going to be a fucking pump party. It could start like Wednesday right at the close. And it don't matter where price is. It doesn't fucking matter. They're going to start pumping it. So the higher we are, the higher we're going to go. If they're able to drag us down to like the 50s, they might limit some of this, but if they can't stop, if we're just sweeping these lows down here, it's going to be on. Should see a retrace at least to 55.46. And if they can't get it underneath there by Wednesday, then we're going to party. We're going to really party. We'll be seeing 6 fucking 80 by July, 685 or 785, excuse me, not 6. Keep that an eye on this one right here. This is all you need to know. This is it. You just see this right here. Poke that up there. Right down here, we'll start ramping again. Put's getting cheaper and cheaper right now, even on these downstrokes. Put's getting dirt cheap. Just need a little bit cheaper. Almost ready for the next squeeze. One minute trigger coming up now. We're about to pop the top here. Huge squeeze potential here. Indubitably, this is the top of the options market. This is a big call wall here. But even though there's a call wall here, what's happening is there's mechanics in the back end of this where people are rolling their calls higher right now, like as we're here. You got traders right here loading calls here. If dealers have to chase those calls, we'll squeeze. And I'll take a look at the gamma picture as I get closer to the end of the day. I can get a real-time read on it. We pay for that data. It is not fucking cheap for real-time data. It costs thousands every month. Almost 10 grand a month. Oh, yeah. Yep, they're rolling calls right now. On 2 dates, we now have a look above of 7. Now that we may not go there. So this is kind of weird. It's not weird. There's an action going on in the background right now. And it doesn't mean we're going to trade this, but like I just pulled a data pull right now. The 2 dates are now at 7630. 3 dates are now at 7650. So right now in real time, there are traders rolling their calls higher right now. Just a word to you. Now, that doesn't imply that we're going to go up. As soon as those calls are rolled higher, dealers will counter trade immediately, like start dumping shares as soon as the action is done. So, but just note that it's coming through right now I'm reading it right now. These readings were not here this morning. So we are in a rolling higher operation yet again right now. Trading underneath the 1 minute trigger. 5 minutes coming up to sweep in here. Guys are actually right in there somewhere. And watch that red bar that's coming up right there. That red bar is at this line back here, this party time line. Watch out. We get the late afternoon flush. Or if we get the late afternoon flush. I should say if. Sometimes we get it, sometimes we don't. Oh, on there. If we do get the flush, it's right here. Or I think that red line right there, that red yellow line that's just right there, that big fatty, I think that's right here. It could be higher, but I think it's right here. You're gonna expect those buyers. Like you got this here, you got these guys right here. They're probably right here. I had to guess they're slightly higher. Remember, you can't sell this. They have to get underneath. Then they have to get another underneath. Then they can drop it right here. And then that's the big boy right there. Something like this. A lot of work needs to happen in here for that to happen. And then, even then, if these guys hold this up, it'll go up. I wouldn't be too excited about that move down there. I would expect that to get bought like this got bought down here. And they couldn't break the 4 hour down here. They needed this down here. Well, they had 2 chances, right? They got this one right here. Failed it. Then they had another chance over here to get it done at 12:30, I believe. So, somewhere in here, they had a chance to get it done. It choked in here. And this is 11:38, 11:12. They had a shot right here, missed it. So they missed it here. They missed it here. That's not bearish. So if they're here, you're going to expect them to be right in here, right? So the party timeline, even if you get this down here, like some kind of like a flush at the end of the day, I expect them to be there. It's going to be a pain in the ass. It's like a fucking dragnet. It's an inflation dragnet. You can't fight this as much as you want to. You can't. Or fight the pullbacks. Fight that they're not going to buy the pullbacks. They'll buy like every hour trigger. They'll buy every fucking daily trigger. I mean, even if you had some volatility, if you had a momentary volatility, let's say you do I'm assuming some of you out there are going to try to sell the 12th in and around there, middle of the month. I'm almost believing here that I'm betting here, I should say, that I'm betting here that if I was a service, if I was a service, that means I sell you shit. I don't sell anybody anything. If I was trying to like sell you something, I probably would have put a headline out.
News reporter on X.
The next chance for you to
Sources close to the Lebanese
crash the stock market is going to be middle of the month.
TV channel that Lebanon's efforts, together with the U.S. administration,
I would use those exact words.
of achieving a ceasefire.
And so you'd buy the the fucking market brief, and then you sign up for it, looking for the next crash or something. That's what I would assume, because I don't think you're going to be particularly successful here. And then what sucks about selling that would be they're likely not going to get the unclench that they're looking for. A fair chance they don't. We're now in June, July. It's all like bull all day long. Was that underneath or no? See that one right there? See this right here? I didn't even look at that. I missed that. See this right here? This isn't bearish. See it right there? Those fuckers didn't even get down into it. They didn't even touch the fucking middle of this. They're still going to ramp this thing up. See it? You guys don't see that? That's like, oh, they just don't care. See it? If this was a I care, that would be like this. Like, I want a deeper low. That we would have blasted through that. Would have blasted through that. Down there. Do you see how it doesn't do that? It's telling you that they're buying every down. Price target still good up here for the end of the day. Take all your stops. Still there. Take their fucking stops. Ooh, we're almost down to 48 cents. I have a, maybe I'll take it off and put it back on here. We're at 53 cents right now. I want them to be in like the 30s and 40s or 40s and 50s. I just took off my stink bid. See if I can get a better one. We're at 53 right now. I'm like, I want 48, but now for where we are in price. I mean, if I can wait for a fucking squeeze here. Sorry about that. And they're killing puts as we're going down too, just a note to you. We're going down with puts going down in price. You gotta knock it out of them. That's 1,500 right there. Yeah, that's going to push us up right here. What's gone now? They already bought that one. Just waiting for that one to break right there. This is now right. We're going higher. You gotta wait until we get over this to take the trade. You gotta. We get the nice back test right there, but you gotta wait for that pop, then this one, and then the ramp. Wednesday. $7.50. Just need to take that one out right there. Just that one right there. We have to take this out. We can't fail this. We have to take it. Take that one out right now. There you go. You should see it go just like this. Should see it go whip, new high, back down, and then it should go just like this, then up. There should also be a little bit of a halfway thingy there, and then up. We have one more thing up there. Just a few minutes here. I'm going to work out. Give me a few minutes here. I want to work out really quick. I'm going to hold this right here for you so you can see it. I'll be right back. Give me a few minutes. Need my weights. Feeling my fucking shoulders are like tightening. Like they need worked out. My boobs are all tightening up from all the working out. They need re-stretched out. They look like man boobs. They're muscles. gun tight. Get it up there. Put your hand up there, grab that guy by the neck, and then pull him to the ground. Whoop his ass. You gotta be over 6'1", though. Push up. Push it up. Push the weight to the sky. I'm trying here, guys. I'm working out in the background, trying to get the price up there. Oh, yeah. This doesn't look like that. What are you saying out there? Higher for longer? Oh, God. That's not a good thing to say. Hold on here. Higher for longer. No. Let me show you what happens here. I'm not going to show you. I want to show you. I'm just not gonna. Should I?
In July futures settle at around $3. WTI crude July futures settling at around $92.16 a barrel, which is up $4.80 or 5.49%.
Let me show you a few things here, okay? I don't want to do this, but you guys can do this on your own.
Around $3.18.
That's not how we do these things around here. I got to talk to you about this, okay? When you say things like that, I'm not trying to be a dick or anything. I want you to think of the market like there's a couple things going on here, okay? I think I gave this thing to you guys last month. I think I talked about this, and I think last week I talked about it. I'll talk about it again. So make sure we're all on the same page here, okay? You want to look at the stock market like this, okay? You want to look at it like this, okay? You got like a year. And a year, okay? You have 6 months. You have 3 months. You have 3 months over here, right? So you got 4 quarters, right? So you'll have like, I don't know how the best way to describe this, but you have guys over here that accumulate from the beginning of the year, okay? And they do this like slow accumulation like this, right? And you got these guys over here, slow accumulation like this, right? And then like this. Oh, sorry. Wrong one. Like this. And then like this. Does that make sense? There. Right? Easy, right? Easy to understand. Okay. You'll also get you have to track this stuff here, and you might get like a little bit of this down here and then up. These guys might get in, they might get out. They might get in, some of those people get out. It makes sense. Like some of these guys over here are getting in, getting out. And you kind of have to track where they are throughout the year, right? Like, are they still accumulating, or are they all selling as prices going higher? There's a whole nother thing you got to think about. Is like, is price going up while they're no longer accumulating or not? Because this will be a divergence in momentum and price and accumulation and distribution on these different levels. And you can track this over the years too, not just 1 year. The reason I bring this stuff up is because when you come into a week and a month, okay? So you got a week. This is Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday. Okay? Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday. Make it really simple here, okay? So in this case, we had a strong week, right? Closing Friday, that's strong, right? So normally what happens is on a Friday, they're expecting this print right here, but you don't get it. Okay. Now, the first thing you tell yourself in the upcoming week, listen closely here. First thing you tell yourself in an upcoming week is prior week was green, right? You're going to come into Monday and expect a new high. The high that you couldn't put in on Friday, okay? Now, that could take Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, or Wednesday. If you see that, like, if you come into like a Monday open and like futures are up like 2%, we don't do this as much as we used to. There was a time when we stopped doing it during COVID, where we would put the high in on like Sunday. Trump would come out and like min-max the market on a Friday and a Sunday. And then we'd get like the high on a Monday open, and you wouldn't see another high on Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. We've like faded that. And now we're back into like putting the high in on Mondays. We do, though, sometimes that it's Tuesday, sometimes it's Wednesday. But you want to, and I'm explaining this to you for a reason. This is weekend effect, it's called. So you put the high in on Monday. This is regular every fucking week. So you're like, oh, it's going to be higher for longer. It's like, yeah, not so fast. Now, what happens is this is Thursday and Friday over here, right? Sorry. This is Thursday, Friday over here. And we have the carry-on effect to the new week. So you're telling yourself something. Okay, we're going to have carry-on into Sunday or Monday futures, right? Or cash market. We'll put the high in over here. And then what they do is they get a chance to send this down every week. Every fucking week. Now, when they're coming down over here, if they're able to take out Friday and Thursday, this can turn into a red week. You get it? Now you're green, implying a bigger next week. Because now that's how you turn into a red week. Does that make sense? Now, if they can't get down by Wednesday, can't take out both Thursday and Friday by Wednesday, that imparts that we will go higher. So it's not, you can't say that till Wednesday. That would then you would be right. You'd say, yeah, it looks like it's higher for longer, like in here. Turn around Tuesday, heard about that? What the fuck Wednesday if it takes into Wednesday to finish it? And then throw up Thursday. You ever hear those terms? So then you end up going up if we don't get deep enough. Then you can say that and it'll be valid. You get the new high over here. But we have something else to think about. We just finished a month. So this would imply that we'd be up into the 12th, right? And then these fucking bears come back in, and what do they want to try again? They're not trying the prior week on the new week of the new month, nor the second week, or the start of the second week into the 12th. You would come in with a high on that week, right? Then you've got Vixpiration and you got OpEx trying to unwind this. And why are they trying to unwind this? They're trying to unwind it because they're going to come back and retest the lows from the prior month. Because your last month was green. It wasn't red. It was green. So if that holds in the middle of the month, let's say OpEx and Vixpiration, they can't create the unwind, it means we're going to go up. And I can show you what I can do for you is this, is if you want to track this, you can go back in and snap a line for yourself on like a Friday. Like come in on a Friday. If this was Friday, snap a line. Go. Okay. Here's my week right here. Right. Friday, Thursday, Wednesday, Tuesday, Monday. Friday, Thursday, Wednesday, Tuesday, Monday. You can see it right here. Winning week. Right? They took a shot at it here on the first day. Fuck you, no, right? Up. Fuck you. They took another shot at it here. Wham. Couldn't do it, right? So fuck you, no, up, right? So remember, you're back testing Thursday, Friday of this week. Were they able to get down there? Nope. So they ramp it up your ass. And then you're like, they got till Wednesday. You know, they got to get they got to get underneath all this stuff. They got to get it closing over here. Like, they got to get that to at least attack this. And if they can't get it done by Wednesday, what do they do into Friday? Ramp their fucking asses like that, right? You get what I'm saying? If you go back and just check, if you're looking for like a trend change for the week or the month or anything like that, what you would have seen here is you would have seen this Friday low taken out, like literally down here, blast down here. It would recover all the way up until, let's say, Tuesday. It would pin you in right here. And then they would try for that new low on Thursday, taking out the Thursday low. And if they break it under here, Wednesday, and then what they would do is you would start dying over here, right? This is when you get like your big down Fridays, that kind of stuff. So you can literally see the prior week and then the forward week. And then you start thinking about the things that I was telling you about earlier, which is you have a whole year of this. So you've got to check a monthly low. You got to check a quarterly low. You got to check a 6-month low. Now, it doesn't mean they get down to those lows, but you have to check to see if they're going to get them. Does that make sense? Like, you got to give them the moment to try. You're like, okay, here you go, bear. Try. And sometimes they're successful. And when they are successful, things fall apart, right? Then you slap on a red week. Then you slap on a red second week. Then before you know it, you're putting on a red month. Then you're back testing your last month. Let me give you a better example of this on a monthly check back. So let's go look at this one right here. See this 12th in here? They checked the 12th. Didn't get it, did they? Right? So they rock them up to the upside to the 14th. They check them again. They come back down. Did they get a new low in here? Fuck no. That's your middle of the month back test in the prior green month. So your first white soldier, right, is back there. You're testing it. You're testing it again, and you're not making any progress. And so then you get like a McGilligot come out, and he says what? So you're giving them the chance to sell it. And then they can't get it done. Then you get the McGilligot out, and he goes, yeah, you know what? We tried. We took our chance at it. We're not going up yet, are we? So once you know that they failed, before they write the fucking white paper that says they failed, before you consume it, we already know they failed or they were successful. Oh my God, Pravorsky was right? So we're going to chase him to the downside. And so what they do is they ramp this fucker up. And then when you come back into this May or this June here, see this right here? Look at this. Look at this. They're ripping their faces off again. What does this look like? Looks like this, doesn't it? See it right there? We're doing it again. And we have no cash. Well, you got a cash market high here, but they did sell it down, failed again. They failed on this one right here. And so the same thing applies right here. So let's say we go in here, they get another shot at it.
Statement soon today.
And let's say they can't break that right there. And let's just say they can't break that on Wednesday. What are they going to do on Friday? Tell me. They're going to ramp that fucker up, aren't they? Ramp that fucker right. It was Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. They ramp that fucker up there. Right? And then look at this. We're at the 5th, right? So we start climbing, and then they come back on the 12th and 15th, and they're going to try to break this, and they're going to try to break this one down here. This, or not that one, this one right here. They're going to try to break this right here. And they'll try it here. Like, get underneath, get down here, get that new one. And if they can't get it, they'll do it again, middle of the month. I shit you not. Like, again. They'll do it again. The only reason why I'm saying that is because even right here, you're like, oh, can we get down here? Nope. Held Friday low. So now what's their chance here? They're going to come in and they're going to try it again. Literally, they're going to try again to break underneath this. They'll bomb this fucking thing. Now, this is not good for the bear, is it? This is not good, is it? Like you want to be down here stalling underneath, right? You want to break through that 4 hour stall underneath, try to get them to suck up on a Tuesday, get them into a new low on Thursday, and they're already failing. You see what I'm saying? I get the point about maybe it is up higher for longer, but they'll take another shot at it in here. They do it every fucking week. It's like every week, every month. It's literally the same shit over and over and over again. And they will attempt to, if you understand that stuff, right? The reason I'm saying that too is because the reason I'm even bringing this up right now is because if you operate like that as a trader, you can see it every week. You can see it on a Thursday, Friday. You can see it on a weekend. You can see it on a Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. Then you can see it every month too. And then you start thinking about what? What do you start thinking about? Higher frames, right? Start thinking about, well, shit, if this works on a weekly basis and it works on a monthly basis, it should work on a 3-month basis. It should work on a 6-month basis. It should work on a year basis. And then you can start thinking about bull runs. Like, are they a year and a half, 3 years on average, 5 years? Then you start watching how they're accumulating in that time period and distributing on that time period with velocity. You can actually find out if it's going to hold or not. Like, are they actually selling and we don't know it? Price is going higher, there's a big divergence, that kind of stuff. So this is not good for bears, is it? And what are they going to do now? You had the shot earlier this morning to get through it at 10. You had the shot at 12:30. You're going to ramp it up their asses, right? No, my next question is the last point. Can they send this down into Wednesday? Yes. Will they make the attempt to send it down on Wednesday? Yes. So here's the dotted line right here. And you can already tell this is a 1 minute, so it's not really, it doesn't show a ton of information, but you know that they're going to try to like take this out here into Tuesday, Wednesday to the downside. It's not, even if they didn't, it's, this is how it happens 75% of the time. Even if it's going to break and go down, it's the same actions every week in, week out, week in, week out. Do you guys understand that? It's kind of way sometimes you'll see like, you'll see me or David or whoever say, no, just wait. We're waiting to see what they're going to do. It's because it's higher frames and you're waiting for the Friday, Thursday thing. You're waiting for the monthly thing and then the time of the month they do it. It's also when they're entering and exiting, and it has to do with option selling and but there's a bunch of other like knock-on effects on this, or people know this so that they can do other things in the market, I should say. So you can't count the bear out just yet, can you? Is my point. What you need to say is, if they try to come in and sell this and they can't get it done on Wednesday, we're going to rip it up their fucking asses. That's what you say. Because they're going to take another shot at this shit. They'll take another shot today or tomorrow's open. And they're going to try to sell this fucker again. I guarantee it. And now that doesn't mean you get bearish or anything. It just means that if we are going to turn bearish, that you'll be forewarned of it. Make sense? So you're like, okay, they got the shot this morning that didn't work. They get one more fucking shot on Wednesday. If they fucking fail on Wednesday, I'm going to fucking slam the buy button and rip it into the close on the weekend into Monday, you know? And if there's a trap in there for bulls, you'll know it. If there's like that stalling, that new low on Wednesday, and everyone's like, yeah, we're going to get long for the weekend, and you can't because you're now in this risk off, you know, red week. We took out Friday and Thursday of the prior week, and we're going to go down here. And then the what ifs, could have, should haves, and maybes and possiblies. You're like, yeah, they don't know what they're talking about.
IPO timing after Anthropic.
You literally don't know what they're talking about because the odds start working against you or for you on that price action. So don't expect for a minute they're not going to try to sell this between today and tomorrow. That's what you should be saying. You should be saying, we'll try to get another high in these fucks, get it as high as we possibly can. And then when they come in to sell this fucking thing into Wednesday, it won't matter where it is, right? That hopefully we're just back testing this, right? On Wednesday, this would be the buy somewhere down in here. And then you'd have the fucking face ripper into Monday of next week, if that makes any sense. I don't know if this is making any sense to you guys out there, but I want to tell you guys something that the stock market is predictable. And the stock market, like the little gremlins in there will like bring you to max pain and then not hit a tick or do hit a tick. And if they don't hit the tick, we know what's up. If they do hit the tick, we know to be wary. So just be aware that they're going to try to sell it again on Wednesday. Then they're not done. If this didn't happen, what else would happen? SPY would be trading $1 million, right? So think of it from that perspective too, in the bearish side of this. Like, if you think about if you start watching stuff like that, and we have a lot of drawdowns, more than you think. We're only trading fucking 7,000. The stock market's been here since, 1894 or something. So we're not trading $1 million, right? So you should be aware of these things so that if they are successful, you're not holding your dick in your hand. Because I'll tell you something right now. I guarantee that anything greater than a 2% down day will flush 90% of you out of the market. And I mean like broke as a joke. I already know that. Like not 90, 70% of you. I'll give 65. They'll maybe save another 20 or 30% of that 70% to live another day to lose it later. But like most of you are probably like a 2% downstroke to blowing up your accounts. I'll posit that. So you want to be paying attention to this stuff, like on like what is Monday effect? When is the Monday effect taking place? The Monday effect or the weekend effect, it's weird. Sometimes it's on Sundays for like months, and then it goes to like Wednesdays, then it like Mondays. Right now it's basically Mondays. Usually put the high on a Monday right now, but it does change. So you got to be aware of like, did they do it on Monday? Did they get the low on Monday? No. Did they get the high on Monday? No. Okay, fuck it. We'll do it on Tuesday. You know what I mean? Like, okay, so now it's Wednesday. All of a sudden you get the high on Wednesday. Like literally, if you ever see a high on a Wednesday, if you come in like a Friday into a Monday to Sunday, Monday, and you don't see a new high, and they save it till Wednesday, this fucking thing will fucking go vertical to the downside from like Wednesday at 2:30 to like 9:30 Thursday morning, and then rip faces off to a new weekly high. Like seriously, it'll be like violence, straight down, and it'll flush really violently, but we won't put in the new low from the prior week to make it red, and then we go literally fucking straight vertical again. So you want to be paying attention to stuff because you can make statements that are true, like literal true statements that are 85% correct. That's a big thing in the stock market. Most people can't do that. There's an 85% chance that I'm right on this. Just pay attention to that the rest of this week. And if you want to snap lines every week, you can see that pattern. If you start snapping those lines, I'll give you one more inside thing. If you start slapping those lines, I want you to then start looking at the months and then the quarters and then the half year and then the year. And you can start to see the accumulation and distribution over vast periods of time. And you can then put a mathematical equation, a Blackfield-Scholes model together and multiple of them and say, they're actually selling out underneath us without we don't know it. There's a huge divergence between them and us where price is, or we're all chasing that price to the downside now. What time frame are we doing that on, and how deep is it going to go? That kind of stuff. If you can do that and figure that out, what I just said to you in the last 15 minutes, you'll be rich. Filthy rich. Filthy. Filthy fucking rich. Literally. You guys understand this or no? Some of you do. I think some of you guys get it. Some of you guys don't. I think some of you guys already know this, and some of you guys don't. A lot of you don't. I think people that don't say anything know it, and they're not going to say anything to you. Most of those people that know this stuff, they get mad because they tell you guys, and then you guys. Most people that know this stuff will say, "I've told people this," and they don't believe me. So whatever. They give me the what, shoulda, couldas, and I go, all right, whatever. I'll let them. They can keep losing their pants in the market. Eventually, they'll learn. And that's anyways. That's how you figure out if you're going to have a red week, green month, red month, and the following month. Well, you can just look it up. I think you just go to if you want to look this up, you just look up. Go to Investopedia and type in wealth effect or weekend effect. Type in. Let me go look it up. I'll find it for you. Hold on. Understanding the weekend effect in stock markets. We're going to do some training here today. Now, this was written in August of 2025, so it might be a little bit dated because this changes over time. But I'm going to read the concept to you at least, okay? What is the weekend effect? Now, I just explained it simply to you, like literally gave you the explanation. Even if you don't understand this, I literally just crayoned it for you. Stock returns frequently dip on Mondays compared to the preceding Friday. Now, that's a misnomer, right? Listen to that closely. Stock returns frequently dip on Mondays. Dip on Monday from a high. So you're trying to put a high in on a Monday or Sunday, right? And then they dip, right? Dip on Mondays compared to the preceding Friday, a recurrent pattern known as the weekend effect. It raises questions about trading behaviors and company practices that contribute to this financial anomaly. The weekend effect, sometimes known as the Monday effect, although that theory states that returns on the stock market on Mondays will follow the prevailing trend of the previous Friday. I agree. If you can hold that previous Friday's low, they will. If the market was up on a Friday, it should continue through the weekend and come Monday, resume its rise and vice versa. That's one other thing about this crayon thing I didn't tell you. I kind of did. If you come in on that Sunday, Monday, and it's up, and they're able to sell Monday down below the Thursday, Friday, that implies you're going to get a red week. The nail in the coffin would be Thursday. And how they're describing it here is they're saying the weekend effect describes the tendency for stock returns on Mondays to be lower than those in the prior Friday. Frank Cross first documented this phenomenon in 1973, noting negative returns typically appear on Monday after Friday's gains. Some of this has changed. What I'm describing to you is how it actually works right now. Not in 1973. Individual investor behavior such as increased selling on Mondays and reactions to Friday's after-hours news releases may contribute to the weekend effect. That's your taco time shit. You guys assign taco time to it. Though historically persistent, the weekend's effect's impact has varied, disappearing between 1987 and 1998 before resurging again. That's not true. What Investopedia is trying to tell you is that it's up-only show. This weekend effect has always been here. There are just more rules to it than Investopedia is telling you. Research suggests alternative explanations such as short selling and varying effects based on company size and also factor into this trend. There's some other factors too, which is vol smashing, right? You see that in the individual days at 10 and 2. If vol smashing doesn't show up on those time periods, what are we afraid of? Selling, right? So you guys have always seen me at like 10s and 12s going, yeah, just give it a half an hour. just make sure we're not being trapped in here, and we're not going to pick up volatility into the day. If you see that vol smashing at 10 and 2, 12, which we did today, it was one more reinforcement tool to say we should be up into the end of the day today, right? Up into the end of day today. So you've heard me say to you a couple things today, right? They failed this, they failed that. We're going to ramp it, right? So what do? We ramped it. And so I said to you just now, hey, look, we might not be done putting the tie in on today. And they're likely going to try to sell this once more into Wednesday for the weekend effect. Now, if and when they fail on Wednesday, what should happen? This Friday should be mega green, right? Into Sunday, Monday, right? Or that window to Wednesday. We always have to watch for the actual price action to coincide with the day or with the days as well. And what does that price action take us to? Analyzing the weekend effect in financial markets. So we got the weekend effect and the Monday effect. I want you to look those up on your own. They have analyzing the weekend effect in financial markets and exploring the reverse weekend effect. I've already explained it to you with crayons. You don't need any of this. Then they have the bottom line here. But you want to be looking for this stuff. You know what I mean? Like if you're like looking at markets, you should be looking at patterns. I don't want to say that because people will tell you like there's no patterns to the stock market, but there are. There's patterns and rules, and you'll see the same cast of characters come out every time and do the same shit over and over again. And only if they unlock and unlock doors can they get to do other things. If they can't unlock those doors and get that price action rolling to that downside or upside, whatever it may be, you'll see the opposite of the intended effect of that rule. And the weekend effect can be bearish or bullish, and then the preceding price action. And this happens enough. That even if you were wrong, it does not fucking matter. You understand me? Like, if you run that trade over and over and over and over and over systematically, following those rules, you will come out richer than anyone. Richer than the guy that gets 1 out of 3 right, or 1 out of 10 right for a banger, or 3 out of 10 or whatever. And you're going to kill it. You're going to kill it. Like, kill it. Or if you're looking for that 3 out of 10 banger, they should coincide maybe with these rules. Yeah. So if you're like, hey, I want that big squeeze. Do we meet all these rules for the week? I can probably get it. And who talks about this in depth sometimes, and maybe I don't even know if they know it, but VolWiz speaks about this. He talks to you about upvote Fridays, 0-date Fridays. I think he calls them 0-date Fridays for tech, because you're not getting the 5 expiries. You have an expiry for tech on Friday, and if you hit those things on Monday, Wednesday, like, hey, I hit that one on Monday that Cap was talking about, I hit the next one on Wednesday, and now I'm looking for the fucking 0-date Friday fuck fest to the upside on tech. That's how you prove that will happen on a Friday or Saturday or weekend or whatever. So even if you don't trade SPY, this works on your favorite stonks, or your favorite index, like Qs in particular. So you probably have to do what right now? Wait a couple more days, right? And then the fuck show up party, theoretically, if we hold a certain level, 54, 55,
Lebanese authorities have received Hezbollah's consent to the American
that you can take that big fucking trade, right? That big squeeze monster rally trade on Thursday, ERs on Thursday, ERs on a Wednesday close if we can't get deep enough. Like an ER on a Wednesday, an ENR on a Thursday, and then a weekend pump show into Monday on your favorite tech tickers. If you don't understand anything that I just went over the last 15 minutes, I want you to save this portion of the show, do a little bookmark at home, and look at what I said to you, because these things work regular, week in, week out, day in, day out, month in, month out, quarter in, quarter out, half year in, half year out. and they align with seasonality on the higher frames. And you're just checking price action against all of that. It's parked right now. Oh, there's something else here too. You can also see it on a Tuesday low. Kind of. You can kind of get a gist on Tuesday or Tuesday close sometimes. It depends on how deep they can get. If they can't get deep though, we'll call it. If we're down there like skirting 50.84 on Tuesday, like 4 p.m., I'm going to go with, we're going up into Friday. We made you green for the, I'm up 2 in the day too. I got 2 trades in for the day. I'm up like $600 or something. I'm happy. It's good enough for the day. If I can make like 500 on average, 300 to 500 a day on average, I'm happy. Or like per day on a week, somewhere in there. That's what I'm trying to make. Yeah, exactly. Exactly, leverage happiness. It's just like the market becomes really boring the more time you have in it. And you're just like, bam, doing that one, bam, doing that one, bam, doing that one. Like at some point, you should be an old fucking man. Like you should be like 60 years old and know only the choicest trades. And you're just hitting those. Like that one's going to work. Yep, every time. You know what I mean? I'm telling you guys, it's true. You can go back on your own and do the research. Like you go back and start snapping those lines. Like I would snap them thicker too. I would snap one, like your, like if you have trade views got 1 through 4, do like your like 1, 6 and 1, 6 and 12 on number 4 line, and do like a number 3 line for your or you could do like 1, or how would you do this? I don't know. I'm trying to figure it out to where you could start tracking these things on your own. And then what you'll notice you can even go back in time and do this, and you can look at like, where do we start correcting? Major correction, where do we crash? And you can actually trace it back to when they started the accumulation. So like, even when you're seeing major corrections, it's normally from like a trade that was like fucking 6 months or a year ago, 9 months ago. Then you can also do some other things with this if you really wanted to. When you hear people say things like window dressing, you can assign window dressing to those long holds and say, okay, they haven't come out of this trade from the end of the year. They haven't gotten the price that they want. You're going to get window dressing on that trade before it rolls. There are traders that do this. David AMS does it to the tick. I don't have that time, but he spends all of his time. You know who else does shit like this? Jedi Marcus. He calls it something else, but Jedi Marcus, you'll always hear him saying that this was the cash market low price, or cash market low, cash market high, and he'll give you different dates. He'll give you like the week, the month, the 3 month, 6 month, and he'll actually sometimes post and say, hey, we never did this. We never went and saw this fucking number. And we're kind of at the end of like the accumulation in the window dressing phase. And he'll be like, we're going down there eventually. And it looks like we're ripe for it right now. You need a lot of time, though, in your day to do these things. I don't have that time. If I did, I would. I do it with, actually do it with the triggers, show the same thing. So I use that as a crutch, and ICT. I use some ICT tools that helps track that stuff for me too. But it's only because I don't have the time. And if I'm ever in question of what I don't know, I go right to David and say, hey man, I think that we've done this, or we're going to do that. And David is either going to agree with me or say, nope, you're missing this one first and then that one. And I go, oh, thanks man for saving my ass in this. So always be trading with people that understand these concepts is maybe the greater point in that.
Canadian government minister
Make sure that you're tracking them or someone else is tracking them or I'm tracking them or David's tracking them or someone else. Or Jedi. Jedi's a good tracker of that stuff too. He leaves it a little he doesn't explain it all often in public, but that's what he's doing. That's why I like Jedi. There's only a few traders that I trust in the market. He's one of them. Because I know he knows. And if you know, then you know. And if you're in, then you're in that club. And then they look like they're they got the crystal ball out. And they don't. It's just tracking these places. You could call them areas of interest too. I think sometimes it's simplified. You'll hear people say that. There's this one price we keep coming back to. There's a reason for that too. It's because they're accumulating or distributing. One or the other. It could be on the opposite side of that. Like, why haven't we fallen yet? We keep coming up here. It's because they're trying to grab more people to go down.
Just getting wider notation now. Lebanese presidency citing Lebanese embassy in U.S.
You'll see clusters of activity all around those levels. That 1 year, 3 month, 6 month. You'll even see it on even higher frames, 2-3 years out. And even when we do distribute in a major way, like a crash, your stock has a bear market. You can within reason you can say we're going to go here and check, and then we're going to go there and we're going to check, and then we're going to go there and we're going to check. And those are usually those large concentration areas of interest in price, like in the actual price. Just sitting up here holding, not doing anything right now. As far as a roll, I think we should still grind up and to the right and to the close today. I would tell you that on open tomorrow, here we can look at it from this perspective. I think I showed this morning. I'm going to show it to you again. I'm going to show you one other thing here. Now, if we had like a walks, talks, acts like a duck, it's never the same price action, but we want to look back in time and see. Shit. Sorry about this. It was kind of wonky here. I showed this to the crowd that was here earlier this morning. And we want to... We got to go way, way right. Way, way right. Maybe we can check the price action. I don't know if we can go all the way back in 1 hour, but we're going to try. So this is 2021 price action. We're in a similar, it's not the same, but it's similar. Let me see. Oh. I think this is June. Am I in the right month here? Let me just check. Sometimes this thing will like get all funky. Make sure I'm in the right. Hold on here. This is 2020. I'm in the wrong month. The wrong year, excuse me. Sometimes these things don't it's right here. Sorry about this. My let's see it right here. This price action right here. See how they put the high in? Now in our case, It's a little bit different, right? It's not the same. It's more of a it should be something like this, okay? There's the Wednesday low, and they ramp it up your ass again, right? And they had continuation even higher thereafter. So you have this right here. They sell it down. They just whipsawed it back up here. That's bullish, right? Say yeah, and everybody is aware of what's going on, right? In this case, we had an unknown in 2021. In this case, we don't. In this case, you have a trained group of traders and investors, right? They already know that we're heading into inflation, so they're like, nope, we're going to go up no matter what, so I'm buying everything, right? So you get this up move right here. They're going to try to sell, like even tomorrow, they're going to try to sell this down. Well, we got the new high up here, but they're going to try to sell this down, right, into Wednesday. And if they can't get past like any of that prior week, right, what are they going to do? Ramp this thing back up or back up above Thursday, Friday? You see it? Back up above Thursday, Friday, and then whip your ass up to the upside. And what happens here? Check it out. This is the 8th, 10th, 11th, and 12th. And what do they do here in the 12th? They take another swipe at it, don't they? Look at that. Take another swipe down into expiration OPEX, right? Now they're checking the prior month. See it? This is May. Unable to unclench. What happens when that happens? Tell me. We fucking ramp it up their ass again, right? Woohoo! Right? End of month, Yahoo! Right? There's the end of the month, right? Oh, there's your Monday effect up here. Bam, bam. Try to sell it down again on your new week, right? Try to sell it down again into your next OPEX. Unable to break below the month prior in June. You see that? All of a sudden, they're ramping your ass again to the upside. This is just pure candlesticks. You know what I'm saying now? That was when? When was that? That was 2021. So do they do this over and over again? Yeah. Are they going to take a shot at this? Fuck yeah, they are. I'm going to try to sell this shit down to fucking Tuesday and Wednesday. Our only job is to what? Find out if it holds or not, right? Does it hold? Does it not hold? They're not doing a good job right now, are they, the sellers? You get what I'm saying now? It's like, and one of the things about today is, of course, enough people went through COVID. Not everybody, but I would say 30 to 40 to 50%. So, you know, where you didn't have people that, like, prior to COVID, your trader likely isn't old enough to remember the 1990s. They remember COVID, though, don't they? Your professional note remembers COVID. So unlike the uncharted territory of 2021, now they have 2021, and now they don't have data from the 90s. They didn't keep it. They don't tell you that, but they don't have it. They literally do not have the data for the gamma. They have none of that shit. They can try to extrapolate it if they want it to be, a very expensive thing to do. Very expensive to try to recreate all that, but it doesn't matter. What really matters is, or I would say approximate it, but they're likely using 2021 as the reference point here. And so that's why you're seeing articles saying no one gives a fuck. It's because they're like, doesn't matter where we go, bro. It's all up, bro. It's the pump show. You know, you can literally be a shitty trader, put on a 2-month trade right here, right now, and it's likely going to be green. Likely, like 98% chance in their mind, at least the trader's mind. You know, like in the trader's mind, they don't care. They're just like, I've been through this. I'm a veteran of the COVID wars. You and I, what I would always recommend is that you let them do it, the sell. Not that you think it's going to work. It's just that you give them the time, the mechanics of it to work. And when they're wrong, that's when you swoop in and you make the actual money on the upside move. And that's what we do, right? I stand here with you and say, be patient, be patient, be patient. And I go, nope, they failed. Get long. We're gonna rip their faces off, or they're winning. Don't go long here. Or if sometimes start selling with them, right? Yeah, that's about it. Front running SpaceX IPO. I think they're gonna try to sell it again too. Same thing. They'll try to sell it again into Wednesday. If they're unsuccessful by Wednesday, though, they're gonna rip fucking SpaceX to like $24, or Virgin Galactic, excuse me, to like $24 or something by end of the month or something like that. And then we'll rotate into SpaceX. My thesis here in SpaceX is legit. Like my thesis here on space. Where's 1600? Like I really truly believe if you wanted to send someone to prison, you would find out who is running that operation on Wall Street Bets. I know we got a lot of FBI around here. If you were the FBI, I would go to Wall Street Bets and find out who owns all those accounts, because I would buy them if I was launching that IPO. I would, through a third or fourth intermediary, I would throw a couple $100,000 every couple weeks to train retailers to get into the IPO thing. So I'd pay them, make sure they make money, make sure it's going up, and then they would rotate them all into that group. Should grow like that Wall Street Bets group. That group should grow to infect the entire retail market. That's nothing. You're going to see it grow and grow and grow and grow. And you're going to see the coordinated rolling from IPO to IPO, so that they have buyers on the opening of their IPOs. It shouldn't end until the last one IPOs either. Yeah, dude, I'm looking at that too. Who's saying that? Daddy Powell? Yeah, like 780 and 800 like by mid-July. I think that's easy. If they keep doing this bullshit, they'll stuff it up their face the whole way. I think if there was a biggest threat to bulls right now, either existential stuff that they have no control over, so you can't trade it. You know the bullshit, right? What if this happens with Iran? What if World War III starts? Can't trade that shit. If you're trading that, you have insider information. You go to prison normally. Let's see if they're trying to flush it here. I'm still trying to flush it. I don't think they can. I think it's going to go up, and then we're going to flush tomorrow. So the biggest threat to bulls right now is of only a few things. One would be the biggest threat to bulls, like a Saturday Night Massacre. That's about it. It's about the only thing bulls should be worrying about. Some kind of policy change. I think if you saw like a emergency Fed meeting on a Saturday for Sunday, even if it was just a bullshit unscheduled meeting, I think you'd see SPY drop 2% immediately. Or on a Sunday night or a Monday morning or something, Monday 9 a.m. You probably wouldn't have to worry about the weekend, but by Monday you would have to worry. If you ever see that, like, Warsh come out with like we're going to do this and we're going to do that on a Sunday, Monday 9 a.m. you saw the open. Literally, you sell, you go risk off, fully risk off. You get out of market that morning. But I think outside of that, I don't see how the bulls have much to worry about. Outside of normal pullbacks and normal corrections, 3% down, 5% down, that kind of thing. I don't think that bulls are worried here. They kind of need Warsh to stop the party. If you had anyone that could start, I don't know. I've heard some arguments that the long end could stop the party. I have a feeling that the bond market's willing to entertain this. And I think that the 10s and 30s can go up slightly higher, even maybe to like 6%. And you're not going to see, other than bumpy roads and the move higher. Like you'll see a bumpy road as it moves higher, but I don't think it's going to stick. I think the bond market's generally on board with Warsh and what he's trying to do until it breaks. Or inflation is raging out of control. There's not too many ways out of this without doing this. I'll give him that respect. Like I'll give Warsh that respect that like I know the government can step in and turn into Japan, but I do think that the before we get to that point where the Fed saves everything, I think the bond market will entertain the idea of this thesis, this theory that they have. Because there aren't many choices left, right? Debt's out of control. You have to pay it somehow. Like there has to be an answer for paying the debt. So, if you're bearish on that stuff, they're going to take this chance to pay off the debt. They're not going to just get rugged. Warsh isn't going to come out and you're not getting that Saturday Night Massacre either, by the way. I'm just saying that if you had something, that would be it. Like you'd need that Saturday Night Massacre. The gray suits come in, tell Warsh, fuck you, no, you're going to do this. You're going to rate hike right now. Outside of that, no worries. I don't think you do. Anybody think of a worry out there that you should have that I can dispel for you? We're in expansion right now. Consumer is fine. There are issues in the housing market, but nothing to where there's any problems. Credit's being expanded. Credit cards, everybody's balances should be going up. You guys are paying all your debt off. No one's in any trouble. There's no bankruptcies. The bankruptcies that are up are always up. They're the bankruptcies of people that are in the bottom 15%. What else could pop the bubble in this time period? I don't know. Bubble's done. The build out is done. That could pop it. But up until like middle of summer, I don't know that the bulls have much to worry about. It has to be something unseen, unknown. Other than that, it's just a matter of giving them the chance, right? Give the seller the chance, gives you entry into a nice, sweet fucking upside move. And you get long on the right possible tick. Min-max the bottom. Min-max the top of those runs. Steal your money out of the fucking stock market and don't worry about what anyone else is saying. Literally nothing. You don't care what they're fucking saying. You don't care what the fucking shit, the hood is, what is, could is, possibly should is, what is, all that other nonsense. Just don't even listen to them. They're wrong. They're wrong all day long. It's so terrible. Oh, God, it's so terrible. I don't think the Bears were expecting much today. I mean, they were hoping for it. They were watching the show today. Like I would be if I was a Bear. I'd be like, I got these chances, and we're going to go watch and see if they work. And if they do, I'm going to start shorting the fuck out of this. Even a Bear turned bull has a little tiny hope inside there. I get it, because if it works, like if it worked this morning, like these fucking guys would be on board. They'd be fucking selling they'd be like sell everything. Squeeze their balls off. Just go up there and do it. Take all their fucking stops again. Just put the fucking screws to them one more day, at least to here. Go up there and fucking slap that thing. Yeah, slap this fucking thing, then wake up to a goddamn green bar in here. Yeah, they're not getting the fucking point. Do it like that, and then do it like this. 762, and then we'll start to drop it tomorrow. We'll be back testing Wednesday at 56 and fucking be out of here. Dick around all week long. Got a big fat Thursday, Friday print. Woo! Get paid, baby. Get paid on Thursday, Friday. Right? You know what sucks is I'll be gone. The good news is that I planned this trip right where you should be buying a dip and getting paid for like 2 days, and I won't be here. I won't even need to. We just be set it and forget it. Like Wednesday close, rip faces off for 2 days. Oh, Cap's gone. We don't need him. Fucking vertical. Fuck that guy. It's going vertical. I got this. Stand back. We're just buying it all. Where's Cap today? He's traveling. What happens when Cap travels? We go up for like 2 straight fucking days while he's gone. He plans them almost perfect every time. I wonder how you do that. Or I tell you to get the fuck out, right? It's either, if I'm traveling, it's either just go long, or it's take your money and run, and we'll come back to it in a couple weeks. Take a vacation with me. It's one or the other. We'll watch this at the end. We know about 350 party time. Let's see if we can get this maybe down here. See if we can do a little, maybe just a little bit of that and then that right there. Something like this. Yeah, this, when I'm traveling this time, I'll know Wednesday if you need to go long or not. I'll know by Thursday, by Wednesday close. Just put it on cruise control. That's pretty bad, right? Like knowing before you're going on a trip, if you just go long and fucking, or just sit on your hands until I get back. It's pretty bad. Go this one right here. Check this one. Move this back one minute here just so we can see the price action. Over here. We're gonna get a flush in here. No flush. God damn, the fucking cruel motherfuckers. I'll leave that right there just in case they flush. I like the flush. I always like the flush more than the direct up. I always like just a quick rip down, flush that fucker. Even if it's like right there, see that one right there? You see that big green right there? Is this guy right here? See that guy right there? You need to flush his ass out. That's the halfback trade right there. Flush that guy out. I mean, you want it easy, but not that easy, right? Come on down there. Flush that guy out. Yeah, take that guy's stops. Take that guy's stops right there. Make him freak out. Don't pay him any money. Make him buy it again. Just a little bit. Just a little quick drop. A little flush, a quick flush. Just a little bit more. A little quick, little quick. Just drop a quick. Yep. We'll flush. No, don't do that. No. You want to flush that asshole out, and then we can go. This guy thinks he's slick over here. Yeah. Do it. He'll come back in. I promise. He'll be down there buying. He doesn't give a. This guy doesn't give a fuck, dude. You can plunge right down here and ain't gonna make a difference. There you go. There, you're fine. No, you're fine. Good. No, you're good. Just dump some shares, dude. Trust me. There you go. There you go. Fuck that guy back there. There's a late guy right here. This guy ain't nothing. Fuck that guy. I don't care about that's Wick. Fuck that guy, dude. The latecomer, dude. Flush his ass. Yeah. Flush him down. Yeah, flush him down, dude. Hammer him. Big fat red fucking bar. Big fat honker 1 minute. Red candle. Just a big fatty right there.
24 news reporter here on X, quoting Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu.
Big dump right there.
Trump, and told him that if Hezbollah does not cease attacks our cities and our citizens, Israel will strike terror targets in Beirut. This is our firm position. At the same time, the IDF will continue to operate as planned
Yeah. Do it.
in Lebanon.
Yeah. No. Wrong way. Just a little flusheroonie. Just a little plunger. Just a, you got lots of money? Make you buy it again. Yeah, there you go. They can take that hit. Trust me. Yeah. Go ahead another. Yeah, you're fine, dog. This asshole is like here. This asshole is down here. He's everywhere. Look at him. He didn't give a fuck about that. Didn't give a fuck about that. Didn't give a fuck about this. There you go. Yeah, put a little bit of effort into it. There you go. Oh, fucking red bars down there. Give me a 5-minute red nasty candle. What was that fucking 5-minute bar? Ooh, yeah. Woo-hoo. Woo-hoo-hoo. Give me that 5-minute candle. Give it to me. Give me that 5-minute red. The new low over here. Bring it on down. Give me a half-back trade. Give me even the start of the trade down here. Put the screws to them. Oh, yeah. Come on down here. Show me where you're coming. Just a little bit more down. Just put the screws to them. Put the screws on them. Put the screws to him right now. Bring it on down. Bring it on down. He's a fake buyer right there. He was late to the party. He was the supply. We can take it all the way back down here and then come back up again. You'll get guys like me wanting to buy. Come on down. Come on down. Come on down. Yeah, there you go. Come down. You can do it. Trust me, you can come down. There you go. Your real buyer's down here, bro. Yeah, there you go. Yeah. Yeah, come on down there. A little bit more. Tiny bit. You can do it. Yeah. Do it. I get in trouble. It's like for like a couple of weeks I was putting a bunch of music on. I got into trouble. Like I got yelled at. They're like, "We're gonna take your state or your TV show away from you." Not Twitch, YouTube. They were like, "No, bro, you can't do this." I'm like, "Come on, man, play this music." You're like, "No." I was talking to my daughter about doing music for us. I'm asking her if she can make us some music. Her and her band. This might be as deep as we go. They're the buyers are like right here. They're right here. Down here. That might be as far as they can go. I'm not shitting you. That might be it right there. even with that bear plane up there. Oh yeah, come on down. I double dog dare you. Flush it. I gotta get ready. Come on here. SPY calls. 0 dates. Of course, 0 dates. What you thinking? Yeah. What are we trying to get to? 759, 760. Could go long for tomorrow too. 0 dates. 39 cents for that trade. For 59.42 cents right now. You think that could print $1? 42 to $1 maybe the close? It's to right there. And we're likely going to pop it and go up. You could theoretically, if you're going to take this trade, go with a 1 date and hold it into the open tomorrow. There is danger of selling, of course, before we get to the open tomorrow, but or you can just wait if you want for Wednesday or Tuesday low. It's risky. It ain't easy breaking through this stuff. You can see the demand. Let's hold this here. Bring this down. Oh, yeah. Where's that bottom line? It's right there. There it is right there. It's at 7560. Oh, they're really gunning for the bloodbath here. Let me just check something here. Where's ES 7560? Oh, well, they're trying to take this whole week. They're trying to take out the day here. Oh, they're gunning for a roll tomorrow. Oof. They are gunning for a roll right now. Don't take that call trade. They are gunning for it. See the door they're trying to close right here? See that red? See the orange bar? Orange red? They're trying to shut the door here. That 7560 is Thursday at 11:09 a.m. That yellow bar right there, that's Thursday.
CME Group announces launch of 24/7 cryptocurrency futures and options trading.
I typed mechanical rage on a post on Twitter. This is all mechanical rage right here. Like mechanical down. Must get down a little bit at least on the week. We got to watch this rejection above. You need to watch this one line right here. You do not want price touching that line if you're a bear. Watch out for a squeeze into the close from 350 up. I posit that the real sell is not until tomorrow. Careful of the 350. Oof, nice candle. I like that candle there for sellers. I like that one right there, but they did hit this one. You see this one? They took this one out right here, but they didn't take that one out. That's a nice candle for bears. I like seeing that. I like that being stifled. They took this one out, the bulls did, but they didn't take that one out. That's a nice candle. I like that. I like how that was just gobbled straight up. It was turned green, and then it was immediately sold. That's what I want to see. I want to see that. Like green and then red wick. I love it. It's a nice candle. One minute's trying to cross the. I'm going to take this away. We can do this on our own. Just want to see this 1 minute cross this red. This 5 minute. That was a really nice candle right there. Let's watch this closely here. I'm going to take this off just so we can look at it. Every day, man, bears get fucked in this trade. I would love to see this red all the way down. Like at the 50, I would love to see it just go fucking plunge. I think it's a hard ask, but
Market on close imbalance.
I would love to see it. Bulls normally win this every goddamn day. One minute left. Come on, Bears. Come on, Bears. You can do it.
10 seconds.
All we need is a big fat sell.
Market on close imbalance. S&P 500 sell side 1.9 billion. Nasdaq 100 sell side 975 million. Dow 30 sell side 671 million. Mag 7 sell side 676 million.
Man, that was close to almost the 1.5 billion needed for the 3 days from now being green, right? That's the Trader Podcast trade. S&P is might have done it. I'll have to check the MOC numbers after the close today, but I'll look. I don't know if it's all of them. It might just be one of them. If it's 1.5 billion or more in 3 days, we should be green. I will look into it after the close and reach out to Trader Podcast and see what he says. Come on down. Come on down. Come on down. Come on down. A little bit more. Watch out. You're going to see a quick squeeze. Quick little bump here. I'm looking over here. These guys are here and here. We're trading right here, right now. So a little bit more down. Little bounce, then more down. They're right here. And they're actually here too. They're here. I shouldn't say it. That's why I said the bounce, because there are buyers here, and there's buyers here too. There's buyers here, not as many. There was more down here. Also note that this is the, I think this is the line that the bulls need to hold. One downstroke doesn't count for rolling, though. As long as they hold this, they're fine. I want to get fucking calls on this for tomorrow. Bad. Can I get another sweep down here? Just a quick sweep. You like plunge this down here so I can buy that. What'd I say about fucking singing around here? No giggling, no singing, no happy babies. I'm always joking when I say that. I hear like singing and giggling. There'll be no happy kids in this home. Sorry, my kids are like one room away, giggling, laughing, singing songs and shit. Right there. When my kids were young, they watched SpongeBob, the movie, on repeat. Like a million times. I could probably regurgitate the entire movie at this point, every song. And so I would play the game with them from no babies blowing baby bubbles in the bar room. Anyways, family thing. I was trying to teach them how to be happy and free while old men are angry and cranky. Let's see if we can just get like this like plunge right here and then pick this up down here. Something like that. Like min-max it if I'm going to get long for tomorrow. I don't know if I'm going to buy them yet, but I think I should leave it. I think I should not do this trade and wait for Wednesday low. I can't decide yet. My other thought was if we could squeeze this up to here, I would take the short, but I I don't like this setup. It's not my fancy right now. I don't like it down and I don't like it up. I don't like it up because I don't want to get trapped in here in the overnight in a cash market trade and not be able to sell it on a high. That's about the reason. Like futures, I think would be fine in here, but I trade cash market with you guys, so I'm trying to teach you as a cash market trader not to do the wrong thing. I do this intentionally because I know so many of you fucks don't ever trade futures. I think this gets ramped up in the overnight. I just know they're going to try their best. I think I'm just going to sit on my hands here. I like the long here. I don't like it with cash. You could end up scraping down a little bit lower, maybe buy the 6 o'clock low to trade up into 9 o'clock, make them chase and sell the high, make Asia sell it, make London sell it as well. I like this trade. I don't want to like come in and say, oh yeah, and then I counter traded myself in the overnight, and I made all my money back. Oh, you didn't? Fuck you. You know what I mean? Like, you can't do that. So I'd probably gander that, like, what do you think? Less than 30% of people here trade futures, even as a hedge? They probably don't. Maybe 30%. So we'll wait. That looks gorgeous right there. Look at that. Now fucking sellers trying to get it into an after hours, try to dump it. That's what they're trying to do here. They're trying to get us in after hours to dump it. That ain't gonna happen. Let's watch this closely in this 4 p.m. See if they try to downstroke this shit. Try to trap in a fucking bull in here. Fucking can't get it down. What are we gonna do, boss? We'll do it in the overnight. We'll do it in after hours. There's nobody in the market. We'll do it when they're not looking. Watch that candle right there. Anyways, I'll see you tomorrow. Looking for a new high on tomorrow's open. 762.50 by open tomorrow in the morning, 9 a.m. or something. We'll see if they can try to sell this down again from Tuesday and Wednesday. We're going to know by Tuesday, Wednesday morning, afternoon, if they've yet failed again. This doesn't look good for bears either. This should, I'll tell you what this should look like. So when you come to these closes like this, right? The intent is to slip it under into a low liquidity and slip price before we get there underneath these two. So we're going to look to this like crater into the bell, catch back up or near bell, and then catch back up here. And they can start to try to sell this in the overnight, but it doesn't look like they were successful in here. It just shows that the market is very resilient right now. Well, they were likely going to take another shot at it in the overnight still, but this isn't what they wanted. You want more like doom. Not just doom, but you want to slip it under where they are, and then they're no longer trading, and then you can hammer it down. And no luck here. Not a good close for bears. It can go down, but it's just still not a good close. It's not what you need. Like, you guys understand that, right? Like, I want you to just always think about in markets, like, are we in trend up? Are we fighting it sideways, or are we actually making headway down? And we're not making headway down. We're kind of trading it sideways right now. And you can even see this close here. It doesn't matter. I'm going to rip this on you again. Okay. I'll see you tomorrow, 9:30 in the morning. For most of you bulls, you're just waiting for like Tuesday close, Wednesday close, depending on how deep they get or can't get.
The Navy targeted the ship,
and they're going to rip their fucking faces off into like June 12th.
Israeli enemy.
Somewhere in there. Well, this party could start early too. Could start on Tuesday. I don't see it yet, but you know, if they're dicking around, if like you can't go into Wednesday and not be under like 54. Is my point. Like you can't be like fighting for 54 at the close of Tuesday. You know, that you like back testing now the Monday low on Tuesday close, Wednesday open, close. You start doing that shit. And it's either going to be one or two things. It's either going to be we got to sit here and watch them as they bitch and moan, or we start turning up early. We're close. We're not there. This is very good for bulls in the week, like seeing it. Like seeing this Monday. I get one more shot at it, and we'll see. This doesn't look good. If you're a bear, you want like big red bars down on Monday. Shut the fucking door on Wednesday. Make them cry into Thursday and Friday. You guys know the drill, right? If you're sell side, you know, just crush their fucking souls. But we're not going to do that. It's not showing that right now. I'll see all of you on Tuesday. This could turn into a flat correction and move higher into the weekend. That's the top line here. We are flat correcting right now. They got another small window on Wednesday, Wednesday, and we'll see what's up. I do expect to squeeze into tomorrow to sell. And we'll see if they can get the party started tomorrow or Wednesday. And whoever said that earlier about looks like the way is higher, that fucking guy saying that is likely going to be correct the way it looks right now. It ain't looking good for sell side. We'll see, and then we'll start ripping up their faces to the weekend. We'll all make money. Bulls and bears together. And we'll check back again next week. We'll do it week in, week out, month in, month out, and wait until they're right. I'm assuming it's not until mid-July we'll start trading sideways and ping-ponging. Otherwise, up is the way into tomorrow's open. The only thing I can't tell you here is if you're a cash market trader, if they roll it early, you're going to be holding your dick or your boobs or your dick in your boobs or your dick in your boobs and your vagina, whatever it is, you got them all. Congratulations, by the way, if you got them all. And we'll check back tomorrow. That's all I got for you guys. Have a great night. Nice, easy day, right? Easy peasy. See all of you guys tomorrow on Tuesday. Later.
We'll be right back.